Good morning, my good people. Today will be interesting. Okay, an associate part of this gang, okay, is going to testify against Young Thug. He took a plea deal. Yep, sure did. And see that guy rocking? He's the one that got stabbed in jail. And I don't know why my favorite Georgia news channel is not covering this today. Because I'm a big supporter of that channel. Let me look. Nope. All right, here we go. Sit there waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. They were supposed to start at 9:30. Oh no, hold on. 9:30 their time. Okay, would have been an hour ago. My time is 9:19. Hold on here. I was going to do something. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I want to thank everybody that's here. There we go. Background music. Okay, here's another trial I want to be covering. It's a cold case. Hold on. And this is I don't know if you guys remember this. This is Teresa Black, and what she did in 1999, she killed her 6-year-old boy. Hold on a minute. I want to read more of what she did. Hold on. Let's listen real quick.
This includes discussing or sharing information by email, texting, blogging, or any form of social media. Until actual deliberations begin, that is, after all the evidence has been presented, the closing arguments have been provided, and the law that is applied to the case has been given to you. You must not discuss the case even among yourselves in the jury room during breaks or anywhere else. We've given you notepads and pens to use during the trial. You may take notes if you wish. If you do, please don't let your note-taking distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses, and you may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Notes are not evidence, they are simply memory aids, and they are not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence was. While you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Do not be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent memory. You must leave your notes in the jury room except when you are in the courtroom, and we will destroy them at the end of the trial. Again, there will be no transcript of any witness's testimony, so you'll have to remember in the way that works best for you what the witnesses said on the stand. With that, We are ready for the lawyers to give their opening statements. Hang on. Okay. Ms. Hodder?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. On February the 26th of 1999, the skeletal remains of a small child were discovered in a wooded area in DeKalb County at the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road. This wooded area was next to a cemetery across the street from a church nearby that location. A gravedigger who was working that day happened to walk into that wooded area to relieve himself and came upon this discovery. He immediately notified the police department. The police responded with crime scene investigators and the medical examiner's office. The scene was secured and processed, and the remains were recovered. You'll hear that the child was lying on top of the pine straw with no apparent effort to conceal his body, but it was in a secluded area of those woods, a place that he went for a period of months without being found. You'll also hear that the child's skull had become detached from his body and was located between 6 and 7 feet away from the rest of the remains. When law enforcement came and processed the scene, they collected the body. They evaluated the earth below the body. They were able to recover some additional bones, teeth, fingers, and most of the skeleton was recovered. That skeleton was then transported to the medical examiner's office, where a death investigation occurred. You're going to hear from the medical examiner that participated and took part in that autopsy back in 1999, the day after the skeleton was recovered. You're going to hear that when they examined the child, he was clothed. He had a pullover style shirt that was plaid, kind of thermal in quality. He had a pair of red jeans and Timberland boots. After the examination, they determined, based on the size of the bones, measurements that were taken from the bones, as well as the size of the clothing and the shoes, that the remains belonged to a boy, roughly 5 to 7 years of age, and that boy had been decomposing for a period of time between 3 to 6 months. That was the estimate of the medical examiner as well as the anthropologist that did the initial investigation. Because the child was so severely decomposed, most of the types of evidence that a medical examiner would traditionally look at to help determine a cause of death was not available. There was very little skin to look for evidence of wounds or trauma. The organs weren't present to evaluate. There was no blood to test. But what was present was a child's skeleton and some tissue around the legs. The skeleton was evaluated, and the only evidence of trauma was a fracture to the right zygomatic area of the skull. That's going to be just under your eye socket. There were no other indications of trauma located on the skeleton. The professionals are going to tell you that they cannot tell you how this fracture occurred. It could be that this fracture occurred after the child's death, while the child was in the woods. It could be a result of carnivorous scavenging animals that may have disrupted the skeleton while the child was out in the woods. That is a possibility. However, you will hear that typically when you see scavenging activity, that's going to be accompanied by teeth marks, scratch marks surrounding the bone as well, and those were not present. You will also hear that this kind of fracture could occur as a result of a traumatic injury while the child was alive. Blunt force trauma. That could be from striking a child or from the child being in an injury or an accident, such as a car accident where his face was impacted. But what you'll hear is blunt force trauma in this particular area of a child's skull is not very common. And so it is typically seen in abuse cases or, again, something like a car accident. Given the advanced stage of decomposition, the medical examiner had to harvest some of that muscle tissue around the legs, that skeletal muscle, and they sent it off for toxicological examination. When you send tissue for that kind of examination, you're going to hear that what they're looking for is the presence of both illegal drugs and legal drugs. They're going to be looking for your street drugs such as cocaine, crack, marijuana, things of that nature, as well as over-the-counter and prescription medications. Anything that can help give us any indication what might have been going on with this child. And you will hear that 2 drugs and a metabolite were present in the skeletal muscle of this child's tissue: acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. And the metabolite was a diphenhydramine metabolite. Now, what the professionals are not going to be able to tell you is how much of these medicines this child had. That is not something they're able to tell you based on what was present in the muscle. However, the metabolite is instructive and can tell us that the child was administered the drugs shortly before his death. Those are the only conclusions that the medical examiner's office, in partnership with the toxicologist and the anthropologist, were able to make at the time. And so the child's death was ruled undetermined. That's how his death certificate was filled out. He was listed as a child doe because they didn't know who he was. And that was the findings of the medical examiner's report back in 1999, the day after the skeleton was found. From that point, you're going to hear about the Herculean effort by the medical examiner's office, the DeKalb County Police Department, to try to identify this child and determine why he ended up in those woods and what may have killed him. You're going to hear about how the neighborhood was scoured and canvassed for any witnesses. They spoke to members of the church. They sent bolos out to nearby area law enforcement. Are there any missing children that match this description, these clothing, this age, this gender, in any of our nearby counties? That information was sent out nationwide in databases that could be accessed by law enforcement all over the country to compare against their missing persons cases. The medical examiner's office worked with the Federal Trade Commission to track down the manufacturers of the child's shirt and pants and boots, and then worked with those manufacturers to try to determine if they could pinpoint where those clothing items were sold. They reached out to the media. There were news stories. The AJC printed articles, all soliciting information about this child who had been found in the woods, giving details about the clothing that he was wearing, anything that they knew about him, and asking the community for help. At one point, even the governor signed a proclamation and issued an order that any tips leading to the identification of this child would be rewarded with a $5,000 reward. And that was published to the community at large as well. But the case went cold. This child was not identified. There were tips, there were leads, they were all explored, and they were all excluded. From that point, the child was packaged and placed in a cabinet at at the medical examiner's office, where he was known as a child Doe or Clifton Doe until the point at which he could be identified. With no family to return his remains to, that little boy's skeleton sat in the medical examiner's office for over 20 years. For over 20 years. It wasn't until a very special person who happened all this time that the DeKalb County Police Department was trying to identify this child, happened to also be searching for him. And it wasn't until she came across an artistic rendering of this little boy that we were able to determine who he was. See, over the years, while William may have been placed in that cabinet at the medical examiner's office, he was not forgotten. No, stories continued to be printed. Podcasts were created. There were clay renderings made of what the child might have looked like. Artistic drawings of what the child might have looked like. These were published through both law enforcement and organizations dedicated to children, missing children, and unidentified deceased children. One of them, known as the National known as NCMEC, actually published one of these renderings that was seen by this woman who knew who the little boy was. And this woman's name is Ava McNeil. Ava McNeil looked
Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Atkins, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi. Okay, before I bring out our jurors, anything I need to take out?
Yes, Your Honor, just a rename of the punch-on case.
Okay,
One member.
all right, come on up. Christine, is that good? Okay, unless there's anything else, I'll call for our jurors, okay? All right, Sergeant Ingram, if you could summon our jurors, please.
All right, for jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Officer, President Counsel.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. So, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Curtin Raymond to the stand.
All right. Officer Raymond, is that his last name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Officer Raymond, good morning, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Please, Bill, your first and last name for the court.
Sorry, I'm Officer Curtin Raymond, Kirton Raymond.
Good morning, Officer Raymond. How
How
are
you
you
doing? I'm doing well, sir.
Can you please tell the jury where you are employed at?
City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been employed with Atlanta Police Department?
for approximately 9 years now.
And what is your current position with ATD?
I'm a police officer and I patrol currently now beat 305,
And beat 305 is in what zone?
Zone 3, sir.
Can you describe for the jury where is beat 305 in zone 3?
Some of the main streets in 305's beat is Pryor, Maury, the Copper Homes, Copper School area.
And when you first started, what beat or zone did you work for ATD?
I was still in Zone 3. I worked beat 313, which is the south side of Jonesboro Road.
Understood. And so, have you been, while working in these zones, are you a patrol officer?
Yes, I'm a patrol officer. On a regular day, I get a wide array of calls from stolen vehicles, fight calls. It's a wide array. On a usual day, you could get from criminal trespass to somebody needing an accident report, all that different stuff.
And are you post-certified now, Officer Raymond?
Yes, sir, I am.
And were you post-certified in September of 2019?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you turn your attention to September 25th, 2019, when you were working that day?
Yes, I was working.
And back in September of 2019, what beat were you?
035, you pull that in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I was working beat 313.
And what shift were you working back then?
Evening shift, which is from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
And did you have, how did you get involved in this incident?
The call came up, Officer Cogdell. He tried to perform a traffic stop on the red.
Well, what's the basis, Mr. Bonds? I'm sorry?
You said he was reported to, he has no basis.
I'll overrule your objection. All right.
You may answer also.
Yes, so Officer Cogdell tried to perform a traffic stop on the vehicle. It fled from him. And then he put over the radio that the vehicle pretty much crashed out right at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and the 75 ramp.
Now, when you first heard this come up to dispatch, where were you located at?
I was on my beat in 313 speed. I was all the way down by Jonesboro Road, right around the 285 junction.
And how long did it take you roughly to get to that location?
Approximately about 8 to 10 minutes, sir.
And when you got there, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw a white Ford Fusion, airbags deployed. It was in the middle. It was in the middle of the intersection, and there was also a red Nissan Sentra with a Florida tag. It was on the right side of Cleveland Avenue.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States 25 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what is that?
That's the accident that happened when Officer Cogdell was chasing the vehicle. That's the white Ford Fusion with the airbags deployed.
And how do you recognize it?
I did an accident report on that vehicle.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the scene this day?
Oh, yes, sir, it was. The only thing that's literally missing is just the red Nissan Sentra. And I think it should be on the right side. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 25 Quebec into evidence.
Any objection to States 25 Quebec? Hearing none, 25 Quebec is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to publish States 25 Quebec. And Officer Raymond, is this the scene that you depicted or have you described when you got to this location?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
And with the white Ford Fusion, where was the damage located on that vehicle?
The damage was on the left side, the driver's side. Yeah, yeah.
And can you describe what is this intersection that we're looking at in States 25 Quebec? What are the roadways?
So it's going to be right at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and it's going to be the 75 ramp.
And when did you ever interact with any occupants of the white Ford Fusion?
Yeah, Mr. Montgomery, he was laying on the floor. I believe Grady Unit was rendering aid to him. He was laying on the right side, if I remember correctly. He was laying on the right side, and they would try to make sure he was okay after the accident.
Understood. Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States 26 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what did I just hand you?
Oh, that's Mr. Montgomery. Right after the accident, like I said, he got out the vehicle and he laid down, and we were just trying to make sure he was okay. Well, the other officers in the greater unit on scene.
And how were you able to recognize it? As in, how are you able to know what's depicted in States 26 Quebec?
Because I recognized him because I did the report for him. I interacted with him that day.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of Mr. Montgomery that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 26 Quebec into evidence.
Any objection? other than what's been noted already? Okay, all right. 26 Quebec is admitted. And the
Thank you,
court
Your
will
Honor.
note the continuing objection.
Publishing States Exhibit 26 Quebec. Officer Raymond, who is this gentleman depicted on this exhibit?
It's Mr. Montgomery, sir.
And when you get to a scene, you process an accident report. Can you kind of describe to the jury what you do, what information you get?
So when you're doing an accident report, you want to get both drivers if possible, get the tags of both vehicles. You want to assess the damage and where the damage is exactly on both vehicles, kind of to investigate, see who's at fault, how the accident happened. Also, you want to run the vehicles, see who the owner belongs to, well, see who the vehicle belongs to, see if there's valid insurance and stuff like that.
And were you able to run any information related to the red Nissan?
Oh, yes, I was able to run. It was a Florida tag, but I was able to run the tag on our system, and it came back to Hertz Rental.
And what state were the plates on that red Nissan?
It was a Florida tag.
And when you respond to a traffic accident, do you ever depict like how the accident looked for the record?
Yes, you do. It's mainly for the insurance companies. You pretty much want to paint a mental picture or a good picture for them about what happened in an accident. So usually on our programs, one of the tools that we use is a picture that we actually draw out in the accidents to, again, just to show the insurance companies who's at fault and where exactly the damage was and what exactly happened.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States Exhibit 27 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what is States Exhibit 27 Quebec?
That's the diagram from the accident report that I did.
And how do you recognize it?
It depicts what happened that day.
Is it a very accurate depiction of the traffic report that you created?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 27 Quebec into the record.
Any objection, states 27 Quebec. Hearing none, it is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing States Exhibit 27 Quebec. So, Officer Raymond, when you review traffic reports, how do you name or classify the vehicles involved? Is it numbers or letters, or how do you do that?
In the accident report, there are different units based on the vehicle. So, for instance, if there's two vehicles, it's going to be Unit 1, Unit 2, and so on. So, Unit 1 is the vehicle that's going to be at fault. Unit 2 is the vehicle that's not at fault.
And in this exhibit, what vehicles is Unit 1?
Unit 1 is going to be the vehicle traveling on Cleveland Avenue, and Unit 2, well, let me elaborate. Unit 1 is going to be the Ford Fusion. No, I'm sorry, my mistake. Unit 1 is going to be the Ford Fusion. Unit 2, no. I'm sorry. Unit 1 is going to be the Nissan Sentra because it ran the light and it T-boned unit number 2.
And the roadway going vertical on this exhibit,
Yes, sir.
what road is that?
That's Cleveland Avenue.
And is the horizontal one, what road is that?
That's the 75 ramp.
And so in this State Exhibit 27, vehicle that's horizontal is which car again?
The vehicle that's horizontal going is going to be unit number 2.
And after obtaining this information, did you have any further involvement with this case?
No, all I did was just an accident report.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And Officer Raymond, what type of vehicle was the Nissan?
It was a vehicle at fault.
And what was do you remember the make and model of it?
Yeah, it was the vehicle at fault was a red Nissan Sentra.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to grab what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 22 Quebec. Your Honor, I'm going to hand the witness what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 3Q and published State's Exhibit 3Q. Officer Raymond, do you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 3Q?
Yes, I do.
That 23Q?
3Q, Your Honor.
You got 23Q up. There you go. Okay.
And was that the vehicle that was Unit 1 in your report?
Yes, sir, that was the vehicle.
Thank you, Officer Raymond. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Officer Raymond,
Yes, sir.
in police vernacular, this is called a reported accident, is it not?
Yes, sir.
So that means that you weren't a witness to anything
No, I wasn't, sir.
other than you arrived on the scene. And part of your duty, as you said, is to make out a report for insurance purposes.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you put in your actual report itself for insurance purposes. It was filled out.
Yes, sir.
So when you testified earlier that somebody ran a red light, somebody was at fault, you don't know who ran a red light, correct?
Well, I wasn't there personally, but
Right. And in these type
Let me
accidents,
finish. Let me finish.
well, I'm afraid he may get into hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking.
He was about to say something when you cut him off.
All right. Yes, sir.
Were you? I mean, if you want to complete your statement, you can.
thank you.
All right.
I wasn't there personally, but again, we had multiple officers there who gave a statement
Your Honor,
about what happened.
All right. You can testify to what you saw and what you, okay?
That's
I know.
what I was asking. All right. So a lot of times in these type reports, you have one person saying one thing and one person saying another, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you don't have a way of telling who actually ran a red light or who didn't.
But based on the damage, also you could put that into evaluation when you.
All right. And we saw a picture of your diagram, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it showed a T-bone.
Yes, sir.
But looking at that, you can't tell whether somebody pulled out in front of somebody or whether somebody ran into somebody that was already into the intersection, can you? In other words, you can't tell by looking at your diagram who was at fault.
You can't tell now.
Right, you can't.
No.
Okay. And other than anything else here today, basically, it's still a reported accident. You don't know who's at fault, who did what, other than you arrived on the scene and filled out what you were supposed to do.
So when we're doing a police report, we analyze everything, we investigate everything, and one of the main things that me personally as an officer, I look at the damages, the position of the damages.
Yes.
And a lot of times it could tell you, based on the damages and where the angle is, what happened.
And there are a lot of things you can look at and all that, but basically it's still something that you didn't witness.
Right.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. State anything further?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Officer Raymond, before creating that diagram, did you or did you not gather any information to create it?
Yes, sir. I gathered information from, again, Officer Cogdell, who was the primary unit. Pretty much who, again, he initiated the traffic stop, and he literally was a couple of feet behind the vehicle when it happened.
I'm sorry?
Getting into hearsay again.
Why don't y'all come up, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, if you put headphones on, you're going to be able to hear what that attorney's saying. How silly. Get the microphone away. Yes, Jenny, these trials can get, like, they're long. But if there's juicy stuff, like law enforcement lying and stuff like that, I like to put that kind of stuff. And body cam and stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna mute.
Officer Raymond, after you respond and investigate traffic accidents, is the diagram something you do at the end of your investigation or the beginning?
No, you do the diagram. Everything you do pertaining to an accident report, you do it at the end. Again, you investigate. I investigate. I see what the damages are. I speak to the drivers on scene, and then from there, based on what they say, I go ahead and do the report, including the diagram.
Thank you, Officer Raymond. Your Honor, no further question or no further redirect by the state.
Anything further in response? All right. May Officer Raymond be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Your Honor, permanently excused.
Okay, Officer Raymond, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness, so you're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, it's going to be tendering some documents, some authenticating documents for South Carolina.
You have to speak up. You have to speak up. We couldn't hear you at all. Trailed off. All right, so
Your Honor, this time the state will be tendering certified copies of conviction, self-authenticating documents of Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
I mean, what's the date?
Sorry. You approach when you get a chance.
Yeah, we can do it right now.
So, Jenny, there's an associate, one of the 28 that took a plea deal. Was it last week? And he's going to testify against Young Thug. So that's going to be interesting, and I'm going to click that for sure. Stuff like that. See, this kind of sidebars here, they get so boring. I should have started like an hour behind, so we could get through all that crap. Come on, get it together, people.
All right, Ms. Owen, you make it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender a few exhibits related to Act 98. First, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 30Q pursuant to OCGA 901. This is a certified copy of conviction of Mr. Shannon Bernard Jackson under indictment 19 SC 173371, where Mr. Jackson pled guilty to the lesser included fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer. He pled to hit and run, obstruction of law enforcement officer, expired or no license on person.
Sir, I'll note your objection and notice your continuing objection, and I'll overrule it, okay?
And possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. He pled to this indictment on January 21st, 2020, where he received a
Your Honor, objection, sentence.
okay.
You have to speak up,
Just-
sir.
Your Honor,
The sentence is irrelevant and it's not necessary for part of the certified disposition.
Your Honor, and we can withdraw that portion of it.
I'll sustain the objection as to that.
And your-
that was states, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I said, didn't hear your question, Your
That
Honor.
was states what? I'm sorry.
30Q, Your Honor.
All right, states 32Q is admitted, and the court will note the objection, continued objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as it results to Act 98 and Act 55 within count 1, where Mr. Stillwell is charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the basis of those, of that act is also followed by what the state is going to tender as State's Exhibit 33Q. 31Q.
Your Honor, we ask for continued objection.
Granted, sir, and, but I'm gonna overrule your objection as to this. I'm gonna overrule your objection as to admissibility now.
Which is indictment 10 SC 87662, where this is for Mr. Shannon Stillwell, also known as Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, guilty to burglary, and guilty to criminal damage to property in the second degree. And he pled in September 19th, 2013. Also as a basis is State's Exhibit 32Q, which is,
Your Honor, again, witness to
Granted, and, I'll overrule the objection.
under indictment 11 SC 98860, where he pled guilty to burglary on June 2nd, 2011. Next, we have State's Exhibit 33Q, which is certified copy of conviction for Shannon Stillwell in case number 13 SC 121320, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana.
ask for continued objection.
Granted, sir, I'll overrule your objection. That's just admissibility.
With intent to distribute. And then you're also a basis, we're going to, what has already been admitted, which was State's Exhibit 60G, which is a certified copy of conviction on 15 SC 140132.
Your Honor, I believe this is already admitted.
States, yeah, 60G's already been admitted.
And I'm just noting again that that was the basis, Your Honor.
That's
What's already been admitted.
argument. Okay, so. Argument.
Okay. And that concludes the state's presentation of Act 98, Your Honor.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Trontavious Stevens.
All right, summon Mr. Trontavious Stevens, please. All right, Mr. Stevens, good morning, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face our name and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
You raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
State, spell your first and last name for the court's.
Trontavious Stevens, TRONTAVIOUS, STEPHENS.
Oh, get out of the way.
Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Come on,
How are you?
I'm okay.
Mr. Stevens, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
What the hell?
I'm 30 years old.
And
Look at
did you grow up here in Atlanta?
Yes,
Where did you go to high school?
I went to South Atlanta High School.
There we go. Here's one of the
And
suspects.
when you were growing up, what part of Atlanta did you live in?
Off Cleveland Avenue.
I think.
How long did you stay off Cleveland Avenue?
That's my own address.
Okay. So you still live there?
Yes.
And did you grow up with siblings in your home?
Yes, I had 2 older brothers.
So are you the youngest of all of your
Yes.
siblings? While you were in high school, would you tell the jury whether you participated in any extracurricular activities or anything of that nature?
No, I didn't.
You didn't play football?
No.
And as a kid or as a teenager, did you have any desire to be anything in particular when you grew up?
Yes, I always wanted to be a chef.
You wanted to be a chef.
Yes.
Did you ever pursue that dream?
No.
Now, did you finish high school? You said you went to South Atlanta High School.
No, I didn't finish high school.
What grade did you finish?
10th.
Now, why did you leave high school when you did?
Bad grades, and I was expelled. Too.
Do you remember why you were expelled?
Fighting and lack of attendance.
Did you go on to get your GED?
I actually had one more course to pass, and that's math.
And are you still working on that?
Yes.
Do you work now?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
Traffic control, and I'm in school, where I recently graduated. I got my CDL license.
All right. So are you using your CDL license as well?
So, I passed my test Friday. This was supposed to be my week to go look for work, but I'm here.
But you're here. All right. We appreciate you being here. Now, when you first finished school, or when you first left school, high school that is, what did you do every day after you left high school?
It's a broad question, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it as to be, Rod. Why don't you just rephrase it, please?
Yes, Your Honor. When you left high school, did you start working anywhere?
No.
Did you stay at home and take care of family members?
I had 2 kids at the time, but no, I didn't stay at home.
Did you have any way to make money during that time?
No.
Did you make any money during that time after you graduated from high school?
I never graduated from high school.
I'm sorry, you're right. Forgive me and thank you for that correction. After you left high school, did you make money at some point before you started what you're currently working towards?
No. I basically was trying to find my adult self.
Now, you said you did not make any money. Is that legally you didn't make any money, or you didn't make any money in any way whatsoever?
I didn't make any money.
Okay. Were there any particular people that you found your core group of friends while you were in high school?
People that I grew up with from my neighborhood.
All right. And when you left high school, are these the same people that you continue to associate with?
Yes, for the most part.
And as a general matter, when you first left high school, would you tell the jury, if you can recall, what types of things that you did outside of school and outside of your home, if anything at all, with this group of friends?
We often hung at the neighborhood park,
What was the name of that park?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Cleveland Avenue Park. Where exactly is Cleveland Avenue Park located?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland Avenue? Give us any other reference that you can think of.
So it's connected to Cleveland Avenue Elementary School.
Is there any other name that you have used or that your friends have used to refer to Cleveland Avenue Park?
Yes,
Would you tell the jury what that is?
the park,
Have you ever called it Cleveland Avenue Park?
the park,
Have you ever called Cleveland Avenue Park, Cleveland Avenue Park?
no, I just said the park.
While you were a teenager and a young adult, did you ever get involved in any games?
Yes,
Tell the jury if you were the first game that you got involved with.
first game that I was involved with was Rock Crew.
Now, would you tell the jury what, and for the court reporter's sake, would you spell rock?
ROC, CREW,
Thank you. And what does rock stand for?
raised on Cleveland.
Now, were you the only member of Rock Crew, or were there other members of Rock Crew besides yourself?
Yes,
Yes, there were other members.
yes,
Do you know about how many people were members of Rock Crew when you first joined?
no,
Were there more than 3?
yes,
Around what time in your life did you join Rock Crew? How old were you?
You want to grab one from the MP?
I'm not sure what that was, Judge, but it was not the witness.
I don't know what it was either.
Tell the jury, would you like us to hold on?
Hey, hold on one second. Okay, all right. There's Lynch getting on Zoom. Lynch. We good? Okay, all right.
Hold on a second.
Huh?
Yes, hold on a second.
She's gonna take it. Take it off. Okay, all right. Huh? Yeah, we can just, hey, Wes, just go ahead and disconnect them. Just disconnect them. All right, we're good. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
About how old were you when you first joined Rock Crew?
I don't call it at that age, probably 15, 14,
14 or 15?
yeah.
And who was it, if anybody at all, that first introduced you to Rock Crew?
So, that person is deceased, and per the family wishes, I mean, they was like, can I not speak on the deceased?
I understand. I appreciate that. And how about this? Without giving their full legal name, are you able to tell the jury the nickname?
Yes,
Would you tell the jury the nickname of the person?
his name is Boo,
Spell that for the court.
Boo, B-O-O.
Now, how old was Boo when he introduced you to Rock Crew?
I really don't know what age now.
Fair enough. Was he older than you, or around your same age?
Yes, he's older than me.
So was he your friend or friends of any particular members of your family? Like, when you first were introduced to Rock Crew through him, did you know him personally? Or were you introduced to him through someone?
I'm trying to recall, it's been so long ago, I'm trying to remember how I actually met him. So yeah, it had to be like, me knowing someone he knew.
Okay. Did Rock Crew have any particular way that they identified themselves, or that you all identified yourselves? Like, did you make yourselves known to the community that you were Rock Crew?
It really didn't have to because all of us was raised on Cleveland, and that's what it stood for, raised on Cleveland.
Did you all do some things that were not as Rock Crew?
Did you all do some things that was not legal as a rock crew? So it was alleged that rock crew committed crimes in the neighborhood. Myself personally, I had a criminal record at the time. So yes, because I was a rock crew and I had a criminal record, so yes.
Now, I'm asking a specific question now, okay? Did you and other members of Rock Crew ever commit any crimes together?
No,
Never?
no,
All right. And are you aware of other members of Rock Crew committing crimes?
I'm aware that allegedly they was committing crimes. Everyone had a record at the time. Well, like some of us had a record at the time.
Members of Rock Crew had
Yes.
records?
Yes,
And did they have those records and get those records while they were operating as Rock Crew?
yes, people caught cases as when it was rock crew.
What kind of cases did they catch as Rock Crew?
So, my childhood friend, he had a burglary.
What was the name of your childhood friend?
Jason Scott.
Basis.
Relevance, we're not talking about crimes, we're talking about charges.
Your Honor,
Y'all come on up, please.
I wish the camera person was better. Just saying. That prosecutor is in the way. I want to see what's going on. I want to watch that dude's face. Okay, I'll mute.
I can't hear you when you're talking.
Oh my God. This is ridiculous, you guys.
Oh, let them know that.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Can I maybe write it down and answer?
What now?
The question I have for my team.
I don't know if she can answer.
Oh,
Let me find out.
don't worry about it.
I got you.
No. A little. Yes.
So the question is going to be answered by the time that they can. So they're going to answer. I was just wondering something about my time.
You can't do it right now.
Okay, no problem.
So you do, you don't need to.
No, no.
The next thing you're going to say is, oh, we're going for lunch for an hour and a half. This trial will never be over, you guys. Just saying.
Thank you for waiting, Mr. Stevens. Going back to the members of Rock Crew, would you tell the jury the names of some of your accomplices who were members of Rock Crew? Some of the people who were members of Rock Crew at the time that you were a member of Rock Crew?
Tell you some of the names that was.
Here he goes stitching. Yikes.
So, of course, my brothers,
What were your brothers' names?
but Demario,
First and last name,
Demario Stevens, DeMartinez Stevens.
okay? And were they members of Rock Crew before you were a member of Rock Crew?
So we actually all just at the same time.
Joined Rock Crew at the same time?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury other members of Rock Crew?
So like I was saying, my childhood friend Jason, he was a member.
Jason, what was that last name?
Scott.
All right. What were the other, and let me back up just a bit if you don't mind. I know that you've given your friend's family assurances that you won't be speaking on him, but in order to establish certain facts for the jury, I'm going to have to speak on
Objection, these are not questions, Your Honor.
and ask you questions.
Well, I don't know what objection. Wait a second. Do you mind me just talking? Yes. Just wait 1 minute, okay? Based upon our written conference, based upon that, I'm gonna sustain the objection, okay?
Sustain it, Your Honor.
I'm gonna sustain it. So,
Don't want me to ask you that?
no, I'm overruled objection. Okay, so. Mr. Stevens, you're gonna have to answer the questions, okay? All right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stevens, Booth, was that person's name Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And was that person the person who founded Rock Crew?
I'm not sure. They was all older guys, so I don't know who found it.
Was he considered the leader of Rock Crew during the time that you were a member of Rock Crew?
So it really wasn't no form like leader. It was older guys. So if you want to say that he was one of the older guys, yes, he was one of the older guys.
Was he able to tell you or younger guys what to do as Rock Crew?
No, no one gave me any orders.
What kinds of things did you and other members of Rock Crew do on a daily basis together?
Like I say, we often hung at Cleveland Avenue Park. That was like the hangout. We shot basketball, gambled on basketball, jump shots. We shot dice. We smoked weed, drunk liquor. We clubbed. Yeah, those
You
things.
all sell drugs?
Not at the time. I wasn't selling drugs.
When you say at the time, what time is it that you're referring
because I was initially arrested in 2015 for possession of marijuana. That's when I was selling drugs.
Other members of Rock Crew, did other members of Rock Crew, to your knowledge, engage in selling drugs?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, it was a person you can purchase marijuana from at the park for like recreational use, but right.
Was that person a Rock Crew member?
Nah.
No?
I mean,
Your Honor, you. Go ahead, please.
yeah. So, we was young. We didn't know where to get no marijuana from. So, guys would come to the park knowing that we wanted to smoke weed. So, those guys weren't like Rock Crew or like hanging with us on a daily basis. They were just older guys trying to make some money off the young guys.
Mr. Stevens, before today, did I or any other member of the DA's office attempt to speak with you and just discuss with you what questions we'd asked of you or things of that nature?
So, yes, but no one explained to me the second part that you said. It was just meet somewhere, and I was trying to ask my lawyer to understand what was this meeting pertaining to.
And you're saying that no one, not even myself, prior to you coming in here today, ever told you, we just want to talk with you about the questions we're going to ask you?
Oh, yes, ma'am, you told me that yesterday.
Okay. Did you agree to talk with me yesterday?
No, ma'am, my lawyer wasn't present.
Do you know or recognize Mr. Brian Steele when you see him?
Yes,
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Where is he?
to the left of me, in front of me,
All right. Is he seated next to, who is to his right?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. And do you know Mr. Keith Adams when you see him?
I got familiar with his name yesterday, but yeah, I see him.
You did talk with him yesterday, though?
Yes,
How long did you talk with him?
roughly, no more than 10, 13 minutes.
Is your testimony that you spoke with them for 10 or 13 minutes?
Yes,
That's all?
yes.
Did you agree to speak with me for 10 to 13 minutes?
No, not without my lawyer present.
Why were you willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers for 10 to 13 minutes, but not me?
I never declined speaking with you. I told you that my lawyer wasn't present.
Did I ask you, or were you speaking to your lawyer on the phone when I was asking to speak with you?
Yes,
And did I ask you to have your lawyer on the phone while we were speaking?
no,
I didn't ask you that.
no. You told,
Did I ask, go ahead.
you told me that you was going to go over the indictment with me. I mean, the plea agreement with me. You never said that, you can keep her on the phone while we talk.
And is it your testimony that you were never told or asked to three-way or conference call your lawyer while we spoke with you? Is that your testimony today?
That you told me that yesterday?
That you were never told by me or Investigator Randolph or anyone that you were able to and could three-way or conference call or even Zoom your lawyer while you were speaking with us?
So my lawyer was telling me that she was not going to be able to be with me because she was out of town with her family and that she could sit in with Zoom.
Your lawyer told you that she could sit in with you.
Yes,
And did you ever agree to sit in on a Zoom call and talk to us with your lawyer via Zoom?
so like I was explaining to my lawyer, the time that she was telling me, I actually broke down on the side of the highway. I was on the phone with her all night. I had me and my son in the car, and I was telling her that getting me and my son home safely was like the most important thing that I was trying to figure out at the time.
Mr. Stevens, during that time that you're referring to, were you not at a football game or a game with your son?
So I said the initial night, she told me that night. She first told me about it at nighttime when she called my phone.
Again, so why is it that you were willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers and not me? Objection. It was not asked.
I'll overrule the objection. Can I make an objection to Ms. Sheridan and to mischaracterizing the response from the witness? No mistake. I want this speaking objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Why were you willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams lawyers and not me?
I never declined speaking with you. I told you that my lawyer wasn't present when you asked me.
Your testimony today is that you never declined to speak with me.
Stating I sustain text.
Are you telling the jury that you never declined to speak with me?
I'm a standing objection.
What is she doing? It's the same answer.
Do you have a tattoo behind your ear that says 75K over 18?
Yes.
What does that tattoo stand for?
It was basically manifesting that I reach a certain amount of money before I turn 18.
Did you ever tell anyone in the district attorney's office that it was in fact because you did have a certain amount of money when you turned 18?
I don't recall.
So, do you recall whether you in fact had $75,000 at the time you were 18?
I never had 75,000 at the time of 18.
And you don't recall, is it your testimony, you just don't remember whether you ever told anybody in the DA's office? That's what that 75,000 stood for.
One at a time, please, okay? Mr. Sharp, what's your objection?
Ask it.
Overruled. Next person. Ms. Westmoreland.
Same objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. And so you have no memory of ever telling someone in the district attorney's office that 75K over 18 was a tattoo that you got because you had $75,000 when you were 18 years old.
Object to the form of the question and ask it is.
Overruled, Mr. Harvey. Overruled, Mr. Harvey.
Because of objection of Vegas who and what time, I believe, are the predicates to ask that type of question. No, I object.
So noted, sir. You can rephrase, ma'am. One of us is saying the last objection.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Steele, the argument after.
Have you ever told an investigator Belknap that the 75K over 18 was because you got that tattoo because you had $75,000 by the time you were 18 years old?
So I don't recall. I started getting in trouble when I was 11 years old, so that was roughly 14, 15 years ago. I don't recall.
What things did you talk about with Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele yesterday?
What did he say? Mr. Adams asked me where was Chrissy. Mr. Steele was explaining to me that it's a chance that I probably won't take the stand today, so having you sit out here from 8:30 to 5:30 is like not good because I got a job, and I was trying to make it work.
And did you all speak at all about what questions you might be asked on the stand?
So he showed me some images.
The question I'm asking you is, did you all talk at all about the questions that you might be asked on the stand?
If I'm not like wording his exact words, he said, these images may be shown to you tomorrow.
Mr. Stevens, I appreciate that part. I'm asking you specifically, did you, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, talk at all about the questions that you might be asked on the stand? First off, how about this? Could you answer either in the affirmative or in the negative, like a yes or no, and then give your explanation? Could you do that for us, please?
Yes.
So did you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele, talk at all about the questions that you might be asked while you were on the stand?
Yes, Mr. Steele showed me some images, and he said that you may be asked about these images.
And is that the only thing you all discussed when it came to questions you might be asked on the stand?
Yes.
Now, did anyone at any time, tell you how you might want to answer anything of that nature?
No.
And when you were shown the pictures that may be shown to you while you were on the stand, what was the conversation around those pictures?
So Chrissy was sitting right next to me. She's my attorney.
Okay. Christy, Ms. Glad.
Miss Gladden, I'm
In
sorry.
the courtroom today?
Yes,
Is she sitting somewhere back there waving at you right now?
yes.
All right, go ahead.
So Miss Gladden told Mr. Steele that she has that file and she would pull it up for me, and that was,
Were there any more communications, any other conversations about the pictures you might be shown or any other questions that might be asked?
I'm going to see if you're gonna be called and try to get you excused for it.
Anything else?
No.
Other than Mr. Porter and your two brothers, would you please tell the jury, and Mr. Scott, please tell the jury other members of Rock Crew who were members during the time that you were a member?
So you want me to name everyone that I grew up with, basically?
I would like for you to name for the jury other people who were members of Rock Crew during the time that you were a member.
I mean, are you gonna tell them to stop, or is there a certain amount of people you need to name or
Would
anything?
you please just name some of them?
Just some of them?
So just name some people, all of the ones you remember who were members of Rock.
Everyone?
Mr. Stevens, would you please name the members of Rock Crew who were members while you were a member?
I probably wouldn't even be able to name everyone.
Name the ones you can name.
So, again, I probably won't be able to name everyone first and last name. So I got my next door neighbor, we grew up together, his name's Marvin.
I need you to just name the members of Rock Crew, not friends, not people you grew up with necessarily, just, if you would just give the names of the people who were members.
Faces.
If you could wait and adjust the sheet. I think you all got this.
Okay,
The
well,
prosecutor asked a question and interrupted with his.
Your Honor,
Just let him finish and then you can go to your next question, okay?
yes, Your Honor, I'm asking to make certain that that the answer is responsive. I'm asking for members of Rock Crew, and because he's referencing certain things.
Yes. Okay,
So I'm asking to make sure that we're clear.
I understand, ma'am.
Would you name for the jury members of Rock Crew who were members of Rock Crew while you were a member?
Yes, so I started referencing certain things because that was,
I'm sorry.
can,
I need you to be responsive, and I need you can explain afterwards.
Okay.
You just name the people.
that's the thing, I'm trying to use my memory of what people stated on my street to help you, basically.
I appreciate you helping me. But let me start by asking you this. Do you remember the people who were members of Rock Crew while you were a member of Rock Crew?
I mean, that was 10, 11 years ago.
You're not answering my question.
I can try.
I'm asking you if you remember the names of the people.
Not by heart, man.
You don't remember any of them?
Yes, I'm trying to, I almost can't remember. Like I said, I stayed in the same house for 30 years. So I can almost remember where everyone stayed at, and I'm trying to put the house with the name. So that's why I started with my neighbor. And that's the direction I was headed in. All right. So,
Marvin, what's your name?
yeah.
Who else?
There was another Jason. So I'm just basically going up and down the street because all us raised on the street, that's off Cleveland Avenue, so that's what made us rock crew. So, of course, Quentin, his little brothers, he had 2 younger brothers. Dang, this gonna be hard.
Are those the only people you remember?
They're straight off top.
Did you ever talk with members of Rock Crew about things that you all did that were not exactly legal?
I don't recall. Can you I don't understand the question. Can you say it again?
Did you ever talk with members of Rock Crew about the things that you did, you and other members of Rock Crew, that were not exactly legal?
Yes.
What types of things did you all talk about?
So, shooting dice wasn't technically illegal. I had conversations about the dice game after they was over with.
Was shooting dice the only thing that was not legal that you all discussed that you all did?
Again, that I can recall.
That's the only thing you remember? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Do you recall whether members of Rock Crew stole ATM machines?
I'm familiar with the allegations, yes.
How are you familiar with the allegations?
It was worldwide televised. So, not worldwide, but it was televised and stuff. I was in a juvenile detention facility when those allegations were being thought about, being talked about. So, yes, I was familiar with it.
Did you ever hear members of Rock Crew talking about it? Your Honor, no, it's not.
All right, let me rule an objection. The objection is overruled, okay? So, yes, you may answer the question.
Conversation.
Overruled, sir.
So I was in juvenile, and other people who was coming in fresh from off the street was mentioning, hey, they're saying that guys from the neighborhood are responsible for these.
I'm not asking you that. I asked you a very, very specific question, so if you would please answer this question I'm asking you. Did you ever hear members of Rock Crew talking about the ATM thefts?
Oh, no.
Never.
Me? No.
Hold on, Mr. Steele. What's the answer?
Tell the judge your answer.
No.
And did you ever discuss the ATM thefts with any members of Rock Crew?
I don't recall.
Did you ever discuss any members of Rock Crew's drug sales?
Your Honor, I just.
What's the base for your objection? What's the base for your objection, sir?
Foundation for time.
I'll sustain this to foundation, okay? You can rephrase, madam, okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
What year was it that you recall first being an active or being a member of Rock Crew? You said you were around a certain age. What year was that?
I'll rule that objection.
That means you can answer.
Oh, I had to be about sixth grade. So whatever, what you about 11 or 12 in the sixth grade?
Would you tell the jury what year you remember first becoming or being a member of Rock Crew?
I'm trying to count. I'm kind of bad with math. That's why I ain't passed the math part of my GED yet.
Let me ask you a different question while you count. You can handle them both at the same time. That's okay with you?
No, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. So,
Okay. Do you want to be here today?
do I want to be here
Do
today?
you want to be here?
No.
I'm gonna rule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
So I'm sorry, there was no, what was your answer?
No,
Why not?
because I have a new career path that I'm trying to pursue. I've been filing applications, kind of trying to put all this behind me and move forward. And I paid for my CDL training school out my pocket, so I'm kind of trying to make that money back.
So do you don't mind testifying then? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't mind testifying truthfully?
No.
Okay. So if you would, give us a rough estimate of the year you first joined or were a member of Rock Crew. Were you a member in 2010?
If I was in sixth grade, I'm trying to put what year I was in sixth grade.
How old were you in 2010?
I was trying to do my math.
Don't do the math, let me ask you this. What year were you born?
1993.
1993. So in 2013, would that have made you about 20? Do you agree?
2013.
Yep. 93, 2003 is
13,
10, 2013 is 20.
20.
Now we back up 3 years from 13, that puts us at 2010, which makes you about 17.
You're going too fast.
I'm so sorry. You slow it down.
Overruled.
So in 2010, if you're about 17 years old, who's the member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
You just gave me a lot of numbers.
No, just around the age of 17. Who was a member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
My older brothers. The same people I gave you, the same name I gave you.
Okay. And those are still the only ones you remember even at 17?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a member of Rock Crew, did you also claim affiliation with the National Blood Gang?
Yes.
How was it that you, and Quentin Porter, what role did he have, if any at all, in your affiliation with the Bloods?
No.
None?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. So how then did you become, or were you all affiliated with the Bloods?
How then did I become, or you all, or me?
We can start with you and then go to other members of Rock Crew.
So when I was in a juvenile facility, gang-related activity was going on all through there.
How do you define gang-related activity? What do you mean by that?
Saying you in the gang, hand signs, handshakes,
And is that a way or a means for people to identify themselves as being in a particular gang?
Yes.
What were some of the hand signs that you observed in the juvenile detention center?
Just at the time, because everything was new and we was like so young. I mean, I can explain it. I can show you.
Sure.
You gotta give me a hand.
No, you have to. You have to show the jury with your hand. I didn't say handshake, I said hand sign. So you have to show the jury with your own hand.
Your Honor, I'm no way like toying with this judicial system. I'm not trying to like play, just for the record. But yeah,
So show the jury.
I need another hand.
Are you telling the jury right now that you're unable to show hand signs without someone else's hand?
So my initial response was a handshake. I said, there's this handshake because we were so young, that's the only thing that we was doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also mentioned hand signs. Do you remember saying that?
But you asked me,
Wait, just let me ask you that. Do you remember saying hand signs?
yes,
Okay. So did you see hand signs in the juvenile detention center?
it was new. I mean, like, gang and stuff was new back then.
Okay. So finish telling the jury what your definition of gang activity means.
Hand movements,
I'm sorry.
Handshakes, colors, being around people who's doing the same handshakes, wearing the same colors and hand movements.
What gang activities did you observe as it relates to particular gangs while you were in the juvenile detention center? You understand my question because I can rephrase.
You gonna rephrase?
All right. What gangs did you see activity of while you were in the juvenile detention center?
The one that I was familiar with, the Blood.
What particular blood gang did you see activity of in the juvenile detention center?
Objection Foundation.
I'll sustain the objection. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
How did you know that they were blood?
They were saying it.
Did they say what kind of bloods they were?
Again, gang stuff was like new. I was in juvenile, like it wasn't what it is. Like then, I mean.
Since you were in juvenile, you were is it fair to say you were under the age of 17?
Nah, because I was sentenced in juvenile that you can see the age of 17.
So you were either 17 or younger.
Nah, I actually could have been older. I could have been 21. Like,
How old were you?
when I first got arrested, I was
You were
11.
juvenile.
I was 11 when I was first introduced to the juvenile system.
So is this the time frame you're talking about when you're saying it was all new to you?
Yes.
Okay, when you were 11. Thank you. All right. Now let's talk about when you were 17. At 17, did you claim any particular gang besides rock?
I was rock crew. Just rock crew.
Did you claim any affiliation with any blood gangs?
Yes, I claim, yes.
What blood gang did you claim affiliation?
We were just saying Bloods and Crips.
I'm asking which one, are you aware of particular blood gangs?
Yes, yes.
Would you tell the jury what blood gangs you are aware of?
Tell the jury which blood gangs I'm aware of. I'm familiar with, I'm aware of. SMM,
What is SMM?
it's a blood gang.
I know, okay, what does it stand for?
Sex, money, murder.
Alright. And who is its leader?
I'm not sure.
How are you aware of it?
How am I aware of the name?
Of sex, money, murder?
From hearing about it type stuff. From like hearing about it and stuff.
From hearing about it?
Yeah.
From whom?
Who I heard about it from?
Yes.
So it's not no like particular person that I heard it from. It's like, I heard about it though.
So what all do you know about sex, money, murder?
It's a blood gang.
Is there anything else that you know about sex, money, murder?
Not like officially, no.
Did you ever do anything to become a member of sex, money, murder?
No.
Did you ever publicly claim sex, money, murder?
I don't recall.
While you were hearing about things like sex, money, murder, did you ever learn or believe that harm would come to people who did things like falsely claim sex, money, murder?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm gonna overrule that, sir.
What?
That means you can answer.
Oh, one more time, I'm sorry.
While you were hearing things about sex, money, murder, did you ever hear or come to believe that harm would come to people who falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge whether harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
No, not personally.
Did you ever hear that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed?
That's it. I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for its impact on him.
Okay, all right. I'll reverse my decision. He can answer that.
Did you ever,
An instruction and that this is not being offered.
Your Honor, I would.
Mr. Harvey, please sit down, sir. I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay? All right.
Did you ever hear that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex, money, murder? Who said that?
Who said that's an answer?
I don't think anyone.
Mr. Harvey?
I said ask it.
Okay, all right. That has been asked and answered, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, he did not answer that particular one, he answered,
Hang on.
something different.
Hold on. He has answered that question, ma'am. Yeah.
Did you believe it when you heard it? Did you believe,
Mr. Steele, I'm gonna overrule that objection.
did you believe it when you heard it?
That somebody harmed me?
that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex money murder?
Yes.
Are you aware of any of the hand signs used to proclaim sex money murder?
Yes.
Are you able to perform or to demonstrate any of these hand signs without the use of somebody else's hand?
Yes.
Would you please show the jury one hand sign signifying sex money murder? What does that mean?
Blood.
Okay, and what are you describing for the court reporter's sake? Describe how you just curled your fingers.
Dang. I made a circle at my pointing finger and my thumb, and I made another circle about my middle finger.
And are you familiar with any other signs that signify sex money murder?
Yes.
Would you describe it before you show it? What other signs are you familiar with?
What I described before I show it. A smaller circle.
What else?
And not curling my index finger this time.
Are those the only ones that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Would you show the jury the things that you just described? What is that?
A small, a lowercase b.
And what does that stand for?
Blood.
Okay. And what was the other one that you described? Or was that the only one?
I described a capitalized B.
Okay. Are those the only two hand signs you're familiar with that are related to sex money murder?
Yeah, that I can call them.
Ms. Love, before you continue, posit your next question, we've been going a little bit. It might be appropriate, given the hour at this point, to have a break for lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let the jury also have a period of respite. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch at this point in time? All right, let's do this. It's 12, almost 12:20 at this point in time. Let's recess until 1:30. And just before we leave, as has been indicated by my ad nauseum admonitions, please do not talk about anything that you have heard in the courtroom consistent with the court's admonitions I've given you. If you should go out, leave your notepads in your basket. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, we'll excuse you for lunch and see you back at 1:30, okay? All right, as soon as I count for all of you, we'll go ahead and call you back out, all right? Anything from me? All right, okay. All right, then we're gonna be in recess, all right? All rise.
I swear that judge does not like defense at all. He seems to be a little biased, in my opinion.
What if I think you've become. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Mr. Stevens, I'm going to release you for lunch. You need to come back at 1:30, sir. Please don't discuss your testimony. Anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right. Counsels, I have a request from Ms. Weaver. When you object, let one person object at one time. Let me rule, because if you object in the middle of somebody else's objection, it's very hard for her to take down everyone's thoughts, okay? So, and before the state's done with their objection.
Yeah.
See what you're doing? See, that's exactly what I was talking about, Mr.
Court judge. Judge, on that issue,
On the issue of what?
on the issue of when or one person to object, if we're all hearing questions being drawn, we all have a requirement and responsibility to our clients to stand up and immediately object. And I agree that we should wait for the court's instruction to be pointed out or singled out in terms of who should now speak. But Your Honor, I don't think I need to wait on Mr. Steele to see if he's going to make an objection, or Mr. Sharp, if I think that something is.
Didn't say anything about that. It's just one at a time, okay? I'm not saying you don't have the right to object.
Okay.
All right, so it's just that, just as a matter of politeness and a way for Ms. Weaver to take down everybody's objections, because once you got to identify the speaker,
Yes.
and then she's got to go ahead and then attribute that objection to that particular individual. But when multiple people start talking, so if you all have an objection, that's fine. Just wait till one's done, and I'll acknowledge you, and we can go take it from there. Okay?
Shouldn't
All
have
right.
all this.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Unless we have anything else, I'll see you all back at 1:30 for a continuation of this afternoon's festivities. All right? Okay. All right. We're in recess.
Oh my God, you guys. Let me tell you something. He shouldn't be having all those defendants in one trial. This is ridiculous. Okay, we're going to go to Teresa Black and watch her. Hold on. I'm going to did opening statements. Hold on. Here we go. I don't want to listen to the prosecutor, though. Here we go. Teresa Black murdered her 6-year-old son in 1999. Here we go.
Teresa has had a difficult life. She had William when she was 15, 2 weeks after her 15th birthday. When she turned 18, her mother passed away tragically. Now, her mother was her support system. Her mother was part of William's support system. That was a tragic blow to that family, that Teresa's mother passed away when she was only 18 years old with a 3-year-old son. William's father really wasn't in the picture much. He didn't really contribute financially. So it was at that point, when she was 18 in Charlotte, it was Teresa and William fending for themselves. Right around when Teresa turned 21 and William was 6, Teresa lost her job in Charlotte. And she couldn't find work right away. It was tough. Like I said, it was her and William on their own. So she made a decision. And that decision was to move to Atlanta, to seek opportunity, to seek a job, to seek work, so she could support her son, because that was the only choice that she had. Now, she'll tell you herself that 20-year-old decision, it may have been a naive one. She didn't know people here. She didn't have a job opportunity right away. She didn't know the city well, but that decision was the best decision she knew to make to find work. She thought she was going to find work here. She brought a few $100s with her for hotel rooms, and that's where they stayed for about a week. For about a week, they're in hotel rooms, but that money ran out quickly. And like many families, then and now, they fell into a cycle of homelessness. It was her and William on the street, asking folks for money, asking folks for food. They would take the MARTA bus during the day just to have something to do to stay warm. We're talking the winter of 1998 going into 1999. This was tough, but she was doing her best with what she had. They could stay in shelters sometimes, but as I'm sure you understand, shelters fill up. That was not an option for them. So what they would do, once they got a better landscape of the city, they got to know the MARTA bus route well. And they would find quiet places to sleep, not near bus stops. They'd get off at a bus stop, walk a little ways to a quiet area where William would be safe and it would be quiet and they wouldn't be disturbed. Now, this went on for a few weeks, maybe a month. They're struggling, but they're making it. She is working towards her goal of getting a stable job, trying to get an ID in Atlanta. One day, like many kids do, William got sick. Now, at the time, and you got to put this in perspective, Teresa had been raising William. She knew him well. She knew that he would get sick sometimes, like many parents know that their kids get sick. They get a snotty nose about every 2 weeks, it seems. This was not out of the norm for William and for a regular parent. So she gave him some medicine, like any prudent parent would do. She gave him some medicine. They took the MARTA bus and they ended up in Decatur. They got off the bus and walked to a quiet, wooded area. What the state would call the incident location. This is near Clifton Springs Road, right across from a church, a safe, a quiet place where they can get some sleep and some peace so they can get up in the morning and continue to survive. So that night, Teresa puts William to bed. She says, "I love you." And she kisses him goodnight, and they go to sleep together, alone. Teresa wakes up in the morning. The sun is out, and she shakes William to try to get him up, like she's done hundreds of times, like parents do, wake their kids up. William didn't wake up. She shook him again. "William, wake up. We gotta go. We gotta get some food. Let's start our day." William did not wake up. As I'm sure you can understand, this is every parent's worst nightmare. She panicked, but she didn't leave right away. She paced around. After a few minutes later, she tried to wake him again, but it became clear to her that he was not getting up and he was not breathing. So for the next day, she laid with him. She stayed there with him and hoped for a miracle that his eyes would open and he would get up and they would start their day, but that never happened. And at that point, Teresa had a huge decision to make, and she will tell you herself that it was the wrong decision. What she did was leave William there in his Timberland boots, double knotted, with his thermal jacket and his pants, and she walked away. But like the detective who interviewed her is going to say, and you're going to hear from directly, that is not murder. That is not murder. Speaking of that interview, the state is correct. She did not tell the truth right away. She hadn't told anybody this for years. For 20 years, this guilt was inside of her. These people are strangers. Of course, she's not going to tell them right away. But ultimately, in that interview room, she tells them the truth. And she cries. And she tells them what happened. She tells them the truth that lines up with the physical evidence. She tells them the truth that lines up with her and William's life together. She tells them the truth, and she'll tell you the truth that lines up with the experts in this case that you're going to hear from. So I want to talk about the science and the experts in this case because it's going to be a very important part. But before I do that, I want to give you a disclaimer that these pictures, some that you've already seen, are not going to be easy to look at. We're dealing with a young human boy that people loved. But the fact of the matter is that his mother, Miss Black, Teresa, is on trial for his murder. Okay? So as callous as it may seem sometimes when we're looking at his bones and we're looking at his skeleton, please, and I'm sure you will, remember that he is a human boy that people loved. But we have to know, and we have to look into the science. We have to look into his body. We have to look into how it was found. And that's why we picked you. We picked you as jurors because we know that those emotions are going to be natural. But you're going to look at the evidence as it is and set aside those emotions. As I said, the science and the experts are crucial in this case. For one reason, because it's so long ago. Some very important things were discovered when Dr. Gowett, who was the medical examiner in DeKalb in 1999, he is the medical examiner in DeKalb in 2024. He uncovered some very important things. And we have an expert as well who is a medical examiner who also came to some very important conclusions that I want to highlight for you. As it pertains to the skeletal muscle that they found of Williams, the state's correct. No conclusions, these medical examiners will tell you no conclusions can be drawn from that skeletal muscle. No conclusions can be drawn about how much was in his system. They can tell you it was in his system. They can tell you it was near his death. They cannot tell you how much, and they will not, because it's not scientifically possible to. You're also going to hear from the original toxicologist in this case. His name is Dr. George Jackson. He's a leader in his field. He's going to confirm to you, you cannot derive a concentration of a drug from the skeletal muscle. The state's theory in this case is undermined by science. The state's theory in this case is undermined by their own experts. These experts cannot show you and will not show you lethal levels of cough medicine in Williams' system. You're also going to hear that there was a broken bone in William's face. It's called the zygomatic arch. And you've already seen pictures of how they found William's body. At the time, in 2013, when they looked at this case again, when different experts, anthropologists looked at this case again, and in 2023, when they looked at this case again, their conclusion from the medical examiners, from the anthropologists, is this: that injury to his zygomatic arch is likely the result of post-mortem animal scavenging. And you've seen some of the pictures yourself. That scene was not perfectly preserved. His body was not peacefully lying there, as sad as that is. So it's clear, and the experts are going to tell you that that was their conclusion. See where things are at this scene. Look closely. Like I said, I know these pictures aren't going to be easy to look at. Use your common sense. Listen to what the experts say. These are experts. They are scientists. They are independent. They are neutral. Listen to them. You're also going to hear from people that knew Teresa and knew William at this time in the 1990s in Charlotte. And some of them are not going to have good things to say about Teresa. There are a couple things, though, that I want you to remember and keep in the back of your mind when they come up and testify. Number one, listen to see if they told anybody in any position of authority about Teresa and William, that she was abusing him, that she was a bad mom in the 1998, 1999, 2000, whenever. You're not going to get DFACS records. You're not going to get police reports from this time that say this woman is hitting her son and he should be taken out of the home. You're not going to get those kinds of records. You're going to hear about other records in this case. You're going to hear about witness statements. You're going to see photographs. You're going to see police reports from the DeKalb County Police Department with it, because records are important in any criminal case, but especially in a case that is 25 years old. So the absence of those records, any records of abuse between William and Teresa, speaks volumes in a case like this. I also want you to pay attention and keep in the back of your mind how these people feel about Teresa in the year 2024, and how this case, this indictment, and the media coverage has affected their perception of her, how it's affected their memories. They're looking at Teresa, they're looking at this case in a 2024 lens. They cannot take those glasses off and look at this case through a 1998 or a 1999 lens. They cannot do it. So 2 questions that you can please remember when these folks testify. Can they really, truly remember these details and events from the 90s? And did they ever say or report anything to any person of authority that could have done something? Make a report. The answer to both of those questions is no. There are no reports because there's no record of abuse, because abuse did not happen. And finally, I want to talk to you about the state's investigation. In 2021, they started out with a conclusion. It's a false conclusion, but they started out with a conclusion. And that conclusion was that Teresa caused the death of William. And as I'm sure you'll notice, that investigation, it worked backwards. What facts can we find that fit that narrative? And we're going to disregard the rest. We're going to disregard what the science says. We're going to disregard what the expert says. We're going to disregard some of Teresa's story, but we're going to believe some of it. We're going to cherry pick what we believe and what matches our narrative. And we're going to go with that. And we're going to put that in the indictment. Your job as jurors is to hold the state to the correct standard. They must prove each element, each material element of each count in this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As crazy as it sounds, the words in that indictment are all that matter. You might feel the urge, the absolutely human urge, to judge the actions of Teresa at this time in the 90s. That if you were there, you personally would have done it differently. That she could have gone to somewhere to find housing. She could have gone to police. She could have done this or she could have done that. Okay? All of that can be true. And she can still not be guilty of these charges as indicted. She did not kill her son. She did not cause the death of her son. She did not cause the death of her son by giving him too much medication. She did not cause his death by not seeking medical help. She did not hit him in the face and cause that broken bone. Most importantly, the state cannot show you that she did. Now, Mr. Bozarth is going to talk to you more about this at the end of trial, but I want to introduce the thought to you, and I want you to keep it in your mind as you hear these witnesses. The burden of proof is only on the state of Georgia. It is their burden to you to show to you beyond a reasonable doubt each element of each count in this indictment. And at the end of this trial, at the end of their evidence, at the end of their version of events, they simply will have not met that burden. Teresa was a young single mother in 1998. She fell on hard times. She and William became homeless and in a cycle of homelessness. And William tragically passed away. Teresa will tell you herself that she made a mistake, a huge mistake, by walking away. She'll tell you she's not perfect. But she did not hurt William, and the state cannot show you that she did. Timberland boots, double knotted, dressed appropriate for the weather, no cavities. This is not the body of a neglected child. This is not the body of an abused child.
All right, thank you. All right, let's call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Eva McNeil.
All right. Who is this?
Respond to our affirm the testimony to get the court to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please roll your hand, state your name, and spell it for the record.
My name is Ava McNeil, first name ABA, last name McNeil, BCT.
Can't hear her.
Good morning, Ms. McNeil. Could you please tell the jury where it is that you live?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And how long have you lived in Charlotte?
I've been in Charlotte, I've been back in Charlotte now 12 years.
And if you don't mind me asking, will you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 50 years old.
Did you live in Charlotte back in 95 through 99?
Yes,
And did you know a woman named Teresa Ann Bailey?
yes,
I want you to take a moment to look around in the courtroom. Do you see the person that you knew as Teresa Ann Bailey in the courtroom? If you could, please identify what that person is wearing. And where's that person seated? When you say right there, just for the record, if you could describe.
she has. In the middle of those two men right here.
Your Honor, I believe the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection? All right.
What was your relationship to Teresa?
It's my best friend.
When did you meet Teresa?
95.
Can you tell the jury how you and Teresa met?
We were passing in our neighborhood, and William was bouncing, walking, and I saw him and I said, "Hi, handsome," and he said, "Hi, beautiful," and she looked over at him like she was shocked he said something, and I was surprised he said that also. And me and her struck up a conversation, and we went from there.
You said that was in 1995.
Yes.
Do you recall about how old William would have been in 95?
4 years old.
Did you call Teresa Teresa, or did you have any nicknames for her?
Called me Teresa, Shorty, Reed.
Tell the jury what William was like.
He was fun. He was smart, very smart. To be a 4-year-old, he was a 4-year-old that could read an encyclopedia. Had never been to school before. He was funny. He liked trucks. He just was fun. He was a fun kid.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you states exhibits 1 through 3. You would take a moment to look at each exhibit.
That's where they go. This is where he would go over his tennis.
Do you recognize exhibits 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Starting with exhibit 1, how do you recognize this exhibit? As a picture of William in kindergarten,
Is it a yes?
Yes.
and does that picture fairly and accurately depict what William looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 1 into evidence,
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
and exhibit 2, how do you recognize exhibit 2?
This is the house they recommended, change the color. But that's the thing.
And is that the house that Teresa and William lived in? And is it fairly and accurately depicted in that photograph aside from being a different color? Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 2 into evidence.
No
Excuse me, any objection?
No.
Okay, thank you, it's submitted.
Then exhibit 3, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, this is for these things.
And does the photograph of that residence fairly and accurately depict Ms. Keena's residence? Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 3 and 2.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Sure. You're not connected, it doesn't look like. You have to reconnect.
I just unplugged and plugged it back in, Your Honor.
All right.
Here we go.
Showing a blue, is that yours?
Yeah, yeah, Your Honor.
System is great when it works. Just a signal. Y'all doing okay? Moving, break? All right, just hang tight. I'm gonna invite these. Reconnect, take out the plug, unplug and replug.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which is not a favorite way. What you should do is unplug, get up on your screen, whatever it is you want to show, and then replug it in.
Yes, Your Honor, there's an issue with it extending the display. And so that's why you're seeing a blue screen.
Now I'm seeing some of this as no signal.
You just wanted to fix that issue first.
Well, okay. Now I'm seeing the blue screen. We're getting high-speed action. Do you have what you want to show on your screen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, try to unplug and replug and see if that. There we go. Okay. It's working now.
Yes. Sorry about that, Ms. McNeil. So you indicated that Exhibit 1, currently on display in front of you and behind you as well. That's William, and when he was in kindergarten.
Make sure you answer yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, when William when you last saw William, was he in kindergarten?
No,
How old was he?
6, he was going to the first grade.
So from 1995, when you met William and his mother Teresa, until he was in the first grade, how long would you say that was that you knew them?
About 4 years.
And how frequently did you spend time with Teresa and William?
Every day.
Where was Teresa living?
On Beach Nut Road.
Showing you Exhibit 2.
That time.
And who was she living there?
Her father.
In 1995, when you first met her, who all was living in the house?
Her father, herself, and William.
And then when, over the years, did anyone else live there?
She had a boyfriend that came and stayed maybe somewhere between 4 months and 8 months.
Did her father ever have a girlfriend, or did you
Yes.
ever meet Teresa's mother?
Never met her mother. Her father had a girlfriend at the time.
And did her father's girlfriend ever stay in the house?
Yes.
Was Teresa working?
Yes.
What did Teresa do?
She worked for a uniform service named Elmore.
Was she working there when you last saw her?
Yes.
Are you aware of her losing that job?
No.
Did Teresa ever tell you she lost her job?
No.
Did you have any other indications from the community about whether Teresa may or may not have lost her job? Did you know people that worked with Teresa? When Teresa left, did they ask where Teresa was?
Yes.
Did Teresa help her father with the expenses at that house?
Yes.
And what was their situation financially?
Good.
Did Teresa have enough money to buy groceries?
Judge, speculation.
Why don't you establish the foundation? Let's sustain objection.
Your Honor, the witness has already testified that she knew Teresa for 4 years and spent almost every day with her.
Well, ask
Said
her-
She was employed.
All right, so ask her if she's from what her familiarity is with their financial circumstances.
And Ms. McNeil, did you have the opportunity to observe Teresa and her spending habits?
Yes.
Did you and Teresa discuss her obligations and her spending?
Yes.
And did Teresa have money for groceries?
Yes,
Did Teresa have fun money?
yes,
Did you and Teresa ever go out?
yes.
What kinds of things would you and Teresa do?
At the time, we were both young, so we smoked weed.
Would you go out for out to bars,
No.
restaurants,
No.
things like that?
No.
Did you ever buy alcohol and have drinks together at the house?
We smoked weed. She bought alcohol. She drank.
What was Teresa? How was Teresa with her appearance?
Kept herself up.
Did Teresa have the ability to buy herself clothes?
Yes,
Did she look nice?
yes.
Did Teresa ever get her hair done?
No.
Did she ever get her nails done? Did Teresa have a car?
No.
Did Teresa have access to a car?
No.
What was Teresa's relationship with William like?
Standoffish. Like, I don't know, like maybe she didn't really want to be bothered.
How would Teresa communicate with William?
In a detached way.
Did you have any observations about William or his appearance that caused you any concern? What did you observe?
She didn't like to keep his hair cut. He wasn't regularly bathed. He did have nice clothes.
You indicated that he wasn't regularly bathed. How could you tell?
So bathed. And the water would be muddy.
Were there any other indications? Did he ever smell?
Yes, the school notified us that his shoes had a bad odor and he was smelling. It was an issue.
How was Teresa with allowing William to play and hang out with friends and other people?
She didn't really.
She what? I think.
She didn't allow it really. I kind of overstepped her boundaries as a mom. Did certain things like make sure he went trick or treating. Would say we would walk into the store so he would have a chance to play with his little friend guy because she didn't allow it for her.
Did you or anyone else ever give things to Teresa for William?
Yes.
What would she be given?
Clothes, Christmas, Halloween, birthday, everything that you would do for a child. The people, the guys, the girls that lived in our neighborhood, all of us hung out together. We all did things. Got his haircut, bought stuff for Christmas, birthday, come over birthday, have a party. We would play with him in the yard. I would go trick or treating for him when she didn't allow me to go. I would go. I would take up money and we would all buy big bags of candy from the corner store, like maybe $150, with everybody giving $3, $5, $2 to get up to like $150. Go to the store, buy 2 big bags of candy for him for Halloween, because she wouldn't allow me to go trick or treat.
Did she ever withhold any of these gifts from William that people were giving to her?
Yes.
Did she tell you why?
No. I question her. It just would be, oh, I'm not worried about that. He doesn't need that. It was just more or less downplayed.
Did you ever meet William's father?
Yes.
About how many times did you have an opportunity to meet him?
Twice.
Was that while William was alive?
The first time, yes.
So only once while William was alive?
Once.
Did you know if William got to see his dad?
The first time I met William's dad was William's dad and the grandmother and another lady that came in, and they were supposed to have him back. I can't remember if it was 7:15 or 7:30, but they were like 15 minutes late. And she was adamant when they came in the door that they wouldn't get to see him again because they didn't have him back on time.
When you say she, who are you referring to?
Teresa.
And again, this is because they were late returning William?
Yes.
By about how long?
15 minutes.
And after that incident, did you ever see any of them again?
I saw the dad one time after that. But it was after.
We'll get to that a little bit later. Did you ever observe any physical abuse between or from Teresa with William?
No, nothing that would want you to think that she would hurt him. No.
Did you ever observe her being physical with him?
Yes.
How many times? Tell me about the first incident.
The first incident, we was in the kitchen and she had cooked something. I don't know what it was she had cooked, but I guess it wasn't to his taste buds or something, and he made a comment about it, and she kind of shoved him in the chest, but nothing to, it didn't hurt him. The next time was, he was wanting to go out, it was a pretty day, and that day, she pushed him in the chair in the beginning, but that didn't hurt anybody though.
Did you feel the need to intervene?
I did, just because I knew he wanted to go outside and I knew she didn't allow him to go. So that day I just kind of grabbed him and ran out the door, and we just made a joke of it, but it was no big deal. And me and him ran around in the backyard for maybe like 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, right back in the house.
Do you recall when you learned that Teresa was planning to leave North Carolina?
The day before she went, well, the night before she left, we were best friends, we hung out, we was together every day from the moment we met, so. We were just talking and smoking, and she said, I'm moving tomorrow. I was like, girl, what's up, town we moving on? She was like, I'm moving to Georgia. I was like, hey, moving to Georgia, you don't know nobody down there, so we kind of both laughed it off. And I went on out to the club, and she stayed at the house. Well, the next morning, something kicked in, like, get up, she get ready to leave for real. And when I ran around to her house, she was leaving.
Do you recall approximately what month or year that was? I know it's been a long time.
It was before school was out. School was out and it was before his birthday. That's for sure.
And do you remember when William's birthday was?
June 22nd.
Now, you indicated she didn't know anyone in Atlanta. Had Teresa ever talked about friends or family in Atlanta?
No. I just recalled one person.
And the one person, who was that to Teresa?
There was a man she met named Mike that she had met a year prior. I remember he was a big dark skinned guy that drove a red, I can't remember if it was red or black, Mitsubishi GT. I remember her saying that he was from Georgia, so in Georgia.
And you said a year prior, is that a year prior to her moving?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication that she was moving to be with Mike?
No, from our conversation, it was as though after her and Mike spent those couple of days together, she never spoke of anything like that. So I had no reason to think that's what she would be doing.
You said you went out to the club and Teresa stayed home, and the next morning you kind of wanted to go back over there and see what was going on.
What? I don't know, I was asleep and something just woke me up, like, get around there, like she get ready to go right now. When I ran around there, she was actually really getting ready to go.
Before you saw her packing up to go, did you believe she was moving to Atlanta?
No,
Why not?
we were best friends. We worked together every day from sometime in the mornings before we went to work, we got together and smoked. Most definitely every afternoon after we got off from work, we worked together until we decided to part because the night either she was having company or I was having company or we just was spending time together and it was just the end of the night for us.
Did William have anyone else in his life that helped take care of him aside from his mother?
No.
Did he ever go to daycare?
Yes, Miss T was getting somebody.
And was William the only child Miss Tina looked after?
No.
Showing you Exhibit 3. What are we looking at here?
The house he would go to.
Is that for daycare?
Yes. Or after school, yeah.
Do you know who paid Tina?
Teresa.
So you get there the morning that Teresa's packing up. What do you see? What's Teresa doing?
When I'm spending corners in her house, she is already putting a duffel bag in the back of the Jeep. So I just sprayed William's name, William. He turned around and saw me, he came running, and I ran to him, and we was hugging each other. And I said, "You think I'm ready?" He said, "Yes," and I kept saying my name, April McNeil, and he kept saying, William Deshaun Hampton, William Deshaun Hampton. I said, "Don't you ever forget me." And he said, I won't, so he kept saying my name, April McNeil. Okay, I got it.
Did you speak to his mother as well?
Yes, she's like, "Oh, hey, it's gonna be fine. I'm going down to his grandparents' house. They already have me a job. I just want a fresh start." But I still took it upon myself to question her because we were friends, and I knew that she was a very private person, so I questioned her why. Because her dad had moved out, so I asked her, "Is it too much? Do you need a break? It's summer. I'll watch him. We can go and get it together. I'll bring him down. Can I go with you?" She talked as though she had already had a plan with the grandparents. Everything everything's fine, she got a job. She will call me, I will be coming down to visit soon.
You indicated that her dad had moved out. Was she,
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
and is that the house in Exhibit 2 at Beech Nut?
Yes, he moved from that.
How long before Teresa left had her father moved out of the house?
Maybe. I want to say under 45 days.
And where do you know where her father moved?
He moved to Lincoln, North Carolina.
Did Teresa have any other family, any siblings?
She had brothers,
How many brothers?
2 that I knew.
Did you meet the brothers?
Once, briefly.
And you said that Teresa's father had moved out. Was Teresa needing to leave because she couldn't afford the house? Did she tell you? And do you know what happened to the house after Teresa left?
She gave me the keys today and told me I could have it. But I thought she'd come back, so I didn't go back there for like maybe a month and a half. And after a month and a half, I went and I looked around and I just figured she gave me the keys because she would return for going on to the 4th month for a note to be put on the door stating that that was the last month that she was allowed to stay because the rent was paid up for 4 months.
So is that 4 months after Teresa left, the rent was paid up?
Yes.
Did you say Teresa left belongings there?
Yes.
What sort of belongings were in the house?
The whole house. Just like you go Kmart, Walmart, and buy new things, and you come home and you put them in the new duffel bag you bought, and you turn the key and lock the door and just leave.
Furniture?
Furniture, clothes, silverware, memorabilia, just a whole house. The candy from Halloween the year before, knotted up in the closet, they had clumped together.
When you came back after the 4 months were up and the notice was on the door, did you do anything with the belongings?
I took the furniture.
And you mentioned when you arrived that morning that Teresa left, that she was putting her duffel bag into a Jeep. Whose Jeep was that?
Miles.
Who's Miles?
He was a friend guy that she had met prior.
And was Miles going with Teresa to Atlanta?
No, he was giving her a ride.
Do you know where he was giving her a ride?
To the station.
Bus station, train station?
Bus station.
You indicated that you and William said goodbye to each other and had this kind of intimate moment where you were remembering each other's faces. Did you have an opportunity to notice what clothing he was wearing that day? And what type of clothing was that?
I got a hoodie shirt and some jeans and some hiking timber boots.
When Teresa, you were talking about her getting a fresh start, did she tell you what type of job she had lined up?
No, she just stated that, William's dad, grandparents lived here in Georgia, and she had spoke with them. And the granddad, someone he was attached to, had lined up a job for her, and that she would be starting that Monday.
Did you have any concerns about Teresa and William leaving in that manner?
Yes.
Why did you have concerns?
Because I thought that was my best friend, and we talked about everything every day. So for you to say that you were moving the night before and make it a joke instead of telling me that you really actually were moving, so yeah, it raised the red flag for me. So I questioned her that day to see where exactly she was going and the reasons why.
How did you feel about Teresa leaving with William?
I don't know, like I didn't want her to go. I didn't want to see him go, but at the same time, if she was saying she was going somewhere to start over fresh, I was happy and excited for her to do that because I saw myself falling behind her.
Did you think you might meet up with her eventually?
Yes, that's what I thought. We were already speaking like within the next month.
Did you offer to let William stay with you while she got on her feet?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
That's when I questioned her about her reasons to be leaving just like that. If I asked her, was she tired of being a mom? Did she need a break? Was she going to start over? Was there someone there she was interested in? She said no to all the above. I even asked her, could I keep William until she went got things situated? I asked her, is she not going to be a mom anymore? If she did any of that, did she want to stay in Charlotte, or could I get him? And did she want us to move out of town? Did she want us to stay in town and she moved out of town? And she just kind of made it a joke. Hey girl, I'm not giving you my baby. And I was like, okay now, just know I got your back. And she was like, I know, we fine. We're going down here, I'm gonna call you. You come and visit us. And that's how we left off. Like I will be coming to visit.
And did Teresa call you when she got to Atlanta?
She called me sometime later. Like it was over, I'm gonna say it was over a week later when she finally reached out.
And what did she say when she called you?
When she reached out, she was under the influence and sounded like she was in a phone booth because a lot of change was dropping. And I asked her where William was. And she said, he's in the room with my friends. And I said, you don't have any damn friends there. Go back in there with my baby and call me. And when the door shut, you know, I'd be in there, put you in here. And I didn't hear from her again.
How did you feel after that phone call?
Weary for her and for him because they were both out of state.
You indicated that you asked her to put William on the phone. What did she say?
He was in the room with her friends.
And was she willing to go get him?
No, she was under the influence. I've been her friend for 4 years. I know how she sounds when she's guilty, so to speak. So I knew, and once I heard all the change dropping, sounded like maybe $10 worth of change dropping in her phone book that she had to pick up, so I was just screaming in the phone. Excuse me, but these were my exact words. Fuck the change. get in there with our baby, get back to that room. And that was the last conversation we had.
Did she respond to that, or did she just sort of wander off?
Wandered off.
Now, you indicated that was the last time, the only time she called you from Atlanta. Did you ever see Teresa again?
She came back December 98, a couple of days before New Year's. She arrived at my house around, say about something 12 at night. I remember we were watching Showtime at the Apollo that night. Me and my boyfriend at the time, she actually called my mom for my mom to come and pick her up from the bus station.
And you remember that as being 1998?
Yes, 98, December 98.
If William was withdrawn from school in December of 1998, would that change your opinion of when that might have been?
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
If he was,
If he was withdrawn from the first grade in December of 1998.
Judge, objection. This witness can't testify as to his record in school.
And
That hasn't been admitted through this witness.
All right, overrule the objection. That wasn't what she was asking. Go ahead, ask the question.
And if you were to learn that William had been withdrawn from school at December 1st, 1998, would that change your opinion of when Teresa came back from Atlanta?
no,
So she left when William was in kindergarten
she left when William was going to the first grade.
and came back a year after that.
No. When she left June 98. She came back December 98.
And then how long was she there for in December of 98?
She stayed in my house for a week.
Why did she come back?
She said she came back to do her taxes, get her paperwork for her taxes, and she was to return back to Georgia.
Did she have William with her?
No,
Did you ask about William?
yes.
What did she say, or where did she say William was?
First, she said she didn't bring him because she did not want him. She didn't have time to, she had too much running around to do, so she didn't want to bring him and she didn't plan on staying long. That's what she said the night she arrived. The next day, I told her I had free long distance that we could call. Then she said he was with friends of hers. She didn't call. The next day, she said that he was with the grandparents. The grandparents were older. She didn't want to call because she didn't want him whining about her where she was. The next day, he was in the hospital with pneumonia, but she didn't want to tell me because she didn't want me to get upset. But she couldn't call the hospital. So then that's when I told her if you couldn't tell me, she couldn't tell me where he was, that she couldn't stay. And she left.
Did you ever see her again?
Yes.
When did you see her next?
The next time I ran across her, she was going in a convenience store. I was going in, she was coming out. So I backed out and I approached her and I kind of held her hands. We held it and I asked her, Teresa, tell me where our baby is, what's going on. I said, because if you don't, I'm never gonna stop looking like for my needs. And I told her, I'm your friend. If you've done anything or anything happened, tell me. I won't turn you in because I know God will bring it. God will get justice. That's what I told her. But She just snatched away from me and she said, what? You think I killed her? And I said, I don't know. And I cried. And I said, but wait.
How long after she came home to do her taxes do you think you saw her at the convenience store?
That was the whole summer. So that was the summer of '99.
Did you ever see her again after the convenience store?
Yes, I was on her. So yes, I constantly saw her and she would come to my house still. She even came to stay with me and wanted to come and stay with me again.
Did you let her?
Couldn't.
Did you ever see William's father?
Yes.
And what was that interaction? How did you run into William's father?
I was riding up the street in Charlotte. It's Bradford Drive. I was riding up Bradford Drive and had the music blaring loud. So I was about 7 months pregnant. And when I looked in the rearview, I just seen people running in the yard, waving like, stop, stop. And I'm looking back and I'm like, I don't know any of these people. But as I kept going, it was like everybody was just stop, stop. So I backed up and they all was pointing back. And it was William's dad. And he was like, where's my son?
Judge, objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, a question is not hearsay. It's not a declarative statement. It's not assertive conduct. Questions are not hearsay.
Oh, because he asked a question?
He asked a
He asked
question.
me.
He asked a question.
Response to that?
Just a continuing objection to hearsay.
Okay. All right. I'll allow it. Overrule the objection.
So William's father asks you, where is his son? And what do you say?
He's with your grandparents.
And what happens then?
He grabbed the door of my car and he said, no.
Hearsay, Judge, objection to hearsay.
Well, she didn't say anything as far as what he said. She was explaining what she observed.
And I'm just getting in front of it because I feel that she's about to.
All right. Ms.
And
Lauder?
you indicated, and I'll build some more foundation.
Okay.
You indicated William's father grabbed your door. Did he seem upset?
Yes,
Did he seem excited?
upset.
And did he say something while he was upset in response to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is an excited utterance. What did he say?
Okay, hold on. Mr. Welty?
Continuing objection to hearsay, Judge.
All right. Is the father going to be testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. There's an excited utterance.
What did he say after you said he's with your grandparents?
He said my grandparents are dead. They have been dead since I was 9.
How did you feel learning that?
Hard, sad, scared.
How close to where you and Teresa and everyone was living was William's father?
Like maybe 12 minutes away in the car.
And you said you were 7 months pregnant at the time. Based on that, approximately what month and year would you have run into William?
April
Of what year?
99.
Did
April, this is April 2000.
Did you ever report your concerns to the police?
Yes.
And who did you report them to?
I didn't know what to do, so I called 911 and said it was a disturbance outside my house. And when they arrived, I asked them to make her tell them where he was. But they stated to me that I wasn't a custodial parent. I had no legal plan. They could not make her give me any information, and their hands were tied as to what they could do about what I thought.
Did you ever make any other attempts to report your concerns?
I called every hospital in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. I called every DSS office, every homeless shelter, anything that took in or helped anybody that would maybe be in the street. I just called and made reports with people over the phone, from me calling every day to after you calling people every day, 3, 4, 5 years, they tell you call 3 times a week, maybe 2 times a week. They try to break it down, but I made reports with these people because I call relentless.
Did you ever try to find William yourself as the years went by?
Yes,
What sort of ways would you look for William?
I didn't have anything to go on but Georgia. Big as Georgia is, I knew nowhere in particular to come to.
Did you ever, when social media started getting popular, did you look for William on social media?
Yes,
What about missing children?
yes, I looked at everything except for children that were not alive. I refused to look for them. I didn't look at that.
When did you start looking at missing children's posters and publications?
I just would go on the internet and put missing children and whatever images come up, I would look at those. I would never really actually go on a site because the site would also show kids that were unalive, and I wanted to find them alive. So my mind would not let me go toward any kids that were alive.
When did that change?
My oldest daughter, 3 years ago, my oldest daughter, she said,
Judge, objection to hearsay.
Hold on.
Your Honor, this goes to effect on the listener. Just asked
Repeat
when,
the question, please.
when did that change?
All right, can you answer that without, go back to the prior question.
When did you ever look for deceased children?
Okay.
She said no. When did that change?
Okay. Answer the question without relaying what somebody may have told you, if you can. When did that change? You're asking for a time, a month, or what are you asking for?
Just generally speaking, why she started
Why did I
looking.
start?
Why is different than when?
Why did you start looking for deceased children?
my oldest daughter said, Mom,
Judge, objection to hearsay.
I think that
Explains
explains the conduct and the reason as to why she made the inquiries. I'll allow it for the rule.
my oldest daughter stated that I have been looking for him all her life, so she said, maybe you should look for kids that are no longer with us.
And did you start doing that?
Not right off, it took me about 4 months.
And when you did, how did you start looking at unidentified deceased children?
I Googled dead black little boys in Georgia.
Do you remember when you did that?
I had been doing it so, I had been searching for him so long, I could say it was, I started 3 months before I actually came across his picture.
So for 3 months, would you access the site and look through pictures?
Yes,
And after 3 months, did you see a picture that you recognized?
yes.
Okay, I don't know what they're doing here. However, I'm going to be switching over
I saw
soon
this building, I seen that as
to,
this being his mom and that being his dad.
And is
Hold
this
on.
a true and correct copy of the image you observed that reminds you of the object?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 4 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
We're looking at Exhibit 4. You indicated this is the image you came across after Googling.
Yes.
What did you do after seeing this image?
Screamed, cried, and got myself together so I could call him.
Did you know who you were calling? Did it list an organization or just a number?
I seen Nick, but nothing was. I just saw him. I couldn't get him at the time.
You might have been calling Nick Mick.
I was calling him, but I just only saw him in the phone number.
And when you called, what did you tell them?
So I think I have information on the little boy that they call Clifton Joe.
And did you tell them everything you knew about William? Did you tell them his mother's name?
Yes,
Did you tell them where William was from?
yes. I told the lady, I had information and she said that as I started to talk, she said she would have a detective call me within 10 minutes and they did.
And did you provide the detective with all the information that you knew? Since you made that tip to the organization, have you been interviewed by law enforcement as well?
Yes,
With the district attorney's office,
yes,
with the police department? And have you cooperated with each agency?
yes.
Thank you.
And when was it that you saw this photo? And if you said that already, I missed it.
She said 3 months prior to reporting, but best you can estimate.
No, tell me what you said. When did you, what month, day, time approximately do you remember seeing this picture? What year?
Say 20.
All right, that works. Thank you. Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ross?
So I'm gonna take some time. Do we want to see if people need a break or?
You all need a break? Yes, okay. Council, can you guys approach, I know this is a scheduling procedural matter, Mr. Gozart. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
What the heck kind of noise is that? Jeez. Horrible. Wasn't that horrible? I'm sorry for whoever has earbuds. So anyways, this is a tragic case, and what 1999, I'm amazed at that drawing of that little boy. But I'm going to be, as soon as it comes back on, Young Thugs, the testimony of an associate. And it was just getting good too, and they went to break. Of course, that's all they ever do. Let's go on a break time.
Because they'll probably be talking about the case, and don't research anything, just take a break and try to get back by like 1:15-ish. Okay? Any questions? All right, and you'll have access to your phones during the lunch break, but again, no Googling anything or researching anything about the case. And I'll see you back at 1:15.
No, we'll keep them in the box in your room. Good question.
Sorry. Hold on here. But I will say I am going to continue that. Grandma, where the hell have you been? Okay, I'm going to continue that trial because I find that interesting. But I just want to get through one of the witnesses today in Young Thug's trial, because an associate is snitching. So there you have it. Ratty, whatever you want to call it. Hold on. Oh, no. Come on, Channel 11. You're my favorite for this. Come on now. Shoot. You know what? Hold on here. Guess what? Look at here. Here's my girl. Look at this. I'm going to mess with her. There we go. Let's look at her. She looks very, very sad today.
Oh yeah, guys. By the way, I'm gonna go back to I'm going back to Mike's right now. So,
Don't she look sad?
all right, I don't know. Should I finish my I mean, if I'm gonna take a shower, I kind of don't care.
I know, because someone doesn't tell her. I told you. Bullshit. Grandma, look at your comment from this morning. It was 8 minutes after.
I am, but I think he's gonna meet me over by Mike's. To be real. So, and as soon as I go meet up with my friend, like, I'm turning off stream, guys. I think every time I've asked for help, we've been fucked up. Like, I'm not actually kidding. Like, it's just every time I remember to do it, it's not the right time. Like, it's not like, the thing is, Katarina, like, it literally like sucks because it's a very tedious process to even try to wrap your head around what's the problem is to start with. And then you have to sign into like 5 fucking different goddamn accounts. And then by the time you get there, it's like, oh, that might be the problem. And then you go run a few more tests. And then, like, you need hours to deal with this and figure this out if you're not getting an answer the first few times you try. And it's just stressful.
Yes, you need
It's not simple. And I don't know, like, I just can't scramble right now trying to think that I'm going to fucking make money off donations because I haven't fucking, like, ever depended on them before.
Well, I think you need to. Now's the time. People want to comment in your chat, might as well.
I'm actually was trying to work, but because I was getting no orders, I literally fucking was wasting gas. So I just parked instead. Ugh. Yeah, Katarina, like, you're literally completely right. Like, eventually, like, I need to. You're not wrong. You're fucking right. It's just because I guess my mistake is that I don't depend on chat for money.
No, that ain't the point where we're getting at. Me and Katrina really, really care for you, and we're trying our best to give you good advice and not judge you and be there for you. And so there's that.
So, again, like, I just didn't fucking think I wasn't going to be able to work here. And the only thing I can do is DoorDash, which is really shitty. And even in some areas, I can't do DoorDash. So it sucks. It just fucking blows, dude. It just fucking blows. And it was not part of my plans. And I usually am a fucking great planner. I did not plan for being stupid enough to lose my emergency money.
How did she lose her money? Someone steal it?
Like, it sucks. I'm just glad I have people here that, like, are down for me to, like, fucking stay with them for a minute. Because, like, yeah. I'm just gonna fill this shit in.
And what I
mean, like, I just...
She has the... Okay, what do I want to say? She has true supporters that want to help her, and the wrong ones that she's... Never mind.
I'm just, like... The animals I'm not worried about right now, but, like, Master Shredder, I don't need work. Like, you guys aren't listening. Like, I have a business. Like, I can remake my business. I literally can just... All I need to fucking make money is a little bit of time to fucking advertise and to be able to work in a zone where my gig jobs are fucking happening. Like, why can I not work in this area, Walmart? Like, what the fuck? Don't fucking waitlist me for bullshit. And leave me stuck with fucking DoorDash, dude. Like, that's brutal. DoorDash fucking sucks. And honestly, like, it really depends. Okay, so what I found out with DoorDash, to be real, is you can't be desperate for money with DoorDash, but, like, at the same time, like, you, like, it helps in some ways because... Oh my god, what was I saying? Fuck. DoorDash, okay, say you actually have a stash of fucking gas set aside to work, and that's all you have. You'll be fine with DoorDash.
Yep.
If you're literally desperately trying to make just enough to get gas to keep working, though, it ain't with DoorDash. Like, does that even make sense, like, at all? Because, like, Walmart, it's easy. I just go and I fucking do one job, and, like, voila, I'm good to go. All I need is one job to save myself from shit, like... And I know it's not great to cut it this close to the edge. Like, I respect that, but... well, I think that's bullshit, Hammer. Sorry. Don't agree with you. And I don't think lazy people have jobs. Sorry, Hammer. Yeah, I'm telling you what's going on. Like, this, again, like, an excuse is when you're actively not trying to fix your situation. I don't know what to do about this situation. That's not an excuse. That's a statement. So, like, I don't, again, do you guys want to go back to fucking, like, grade school? Do you want me to... Do you need a teacher? Did you guys forget basic common sense? Like, I don't know. I would really appreciate a shower right now. And I don't know. I'm gonna finish fucking putting my eyebrows on at least, and then I'm gonna head back to Mike's. Yeah.
What do you think about this, Grandma? What do you think about this? You know what?
Ew, I thought I heard Nick. I swear to God. I literally swear to God that sent chills down my spine. Gross.
I care about this girl and her well-being.
Don't worry, I'm nowhere near he was last. I don't give a fuck about him. Like, does he not realize that the only reason I'm in areas he's in are because they were my area?
Oh boy. I care about her. And I'll always be here for her. But I wish she would take my advice or listen to anybody's like advice, especially people like me and Grandma. God, I'm going to be careful what I say. I'm not going to hurt this girl, okay? But I am going to probably do a live about this situation, and hopefully she'll watch that live. The people that she thinks are her friends are not her friends. They are not true friends. Maybe Mike is. I like Mike and his brother. They're caring. They help everybody. They're amazing guys.
Areas to be in first. Like, does he not grasp?
Okay, because I'm gonna be honest with her talking like how she's talking. I feel like she's talking to me like that. You know what I mean? I've been in her chat. I've said a couple things in her chat. I'm sure she don't even see me, but my point is, what's my point? Yeah. I feel, because she knows I come in and out, I feel that all the stuff she's saying is directed towards me too. I have been there for her for a year. Well, I know she's going to do it for herself. But somebody needs to tell her, Grandma, don't you think? Someone needs to be honest with her and upfront. She can take and leave whatever she wants, but at least hear people out.
Just that basic fucking concept. Like, dude, this was my turf first and I lived here, Nick. I actually had an address here and I had a fucking license situation here. Like, you're fucking nobody. And honestly, like, all you are is a bum who's taking advantage of streets. Like, this isn't your fucking turf, dude. This is actually where I grew up and fucking learned about myself. And, like, honestly, like, got to experience my 20s, which you were denied of. You will never get your 20s back, Nick, because they're gone. So, I got a full fucking literal platter of things to do and experience in my 20s, and a lot of it was here. So, yeah, if I'm going to show up in an area you think you are entitled to being in.
Grandma, I really like that comment. She has to use the support, not throw it all out. Because she's, oh God. See, my heart breaks for this girl, so I'm just gonna, yeah.
Remember, you're not. Okay? But also remember, I don't give a fuck about you. And you should just shut the fuck up about me. Stop embarrassing yourself. Stop making it look like you don't want your girlfriend that you're with now because you're so fucking stuck on me. Like, just stop, Nick. Like, go away. Just coexist and go away. I don't want you anymore. And I abandoned you here. I abandoned you here. And I ignored you when you called me, Nick. I left you. And you left me. So, Why can't we move on from that? Why can't we just not have this drama? It's because you know that you have no content without making drama with me.
You both should block each other. And I do know that he's been talking about her once again all in his life. But people, they need to block each other, not watch each other. And these people here should quit asking and putting his name in there. See, they think it's funny. And they ask, why are you so obsessed? Well, because people she listens to the chat, the negative. Do it make sense? No, it's not her turf, but she says it is.
And I'm not going to explain this to the people that already can see this and are pretending they can't, because you guys can see this and are pretending you can't. But there's a lot of people who also can see this and aren't pretending they can't see it. So, like, yeah, I'm going to be in the fucking areas I'm going to be in. Nick, please go to somewhere that I'm not fucking familiar with, and I will not be anywhere near you. Go somewhere else, but don't take my fucking home. Don't isolate me from my fucking friends. You don't have those rights, dude. And I'm not going to let you take them. So, I don't know, Master Shredder. I don't know how the fuck to get to fucking... I don't know. I think I'll figure it out. Maybe if I'm really lucky, I'll have the stars align and... I don't know. But right now, if I don't make it home, my pets have food. I don't know what to do about this gas situation. It just sucks.
They still do. People were talking about it yesterday. I know Master Shredder. He is an awesome man. He hates bullies.
Oh no, where did I just put my other fucking pen? Dear God.
But Young Thug's trial hasn't started yet.
I mean, I don't know what else to say, Carnage. Do you want me to cry about it? Do you want me to be like, it's not my fault, when we know it's my fault that I put the money in the wrong place and I should have just told people to fuck off and just put my shit away and organized it? Like, it literally just is what it is. This is the situation and this is what's happening, and I don't have a solution right now. I mean, I kind of do, but not to the situation that's like directly the topic of discussion. I have a solution to my survival right now, but I don't have a solution to getting home and fixing this. So,
Yes, Grandma, Master Shredder's in there. I'm going to see if he's still in there. I'm going to tell him to
none yet, no, but I'll take the gas money, girl, so I can go fucking home and make money in my own fucking area. And then I'll be back because I can and will be. And actually, like, what Nick doesn't understand is that he put me in a position that I have some freedom right now. Like, genuinely. I can do what I want to do now, dude. You did this to me. You did this to me. I'm the one with the schedule and the ability to fucking, like, work generally wherever I want. I don't know, Hammer. I don't care, like, about their relationship. He just won't leave me alone. I'm constantly on his brain and on his tongue. Even my animals today were on his fucking brain and on his tongue. It's...
Okay, I'm confused. Is he calling her? I don't know, because she ain't talking to me. So I don't know.
If you guys pretend that you don't understand how crazy this is, I have nothing to say to some of you. Honestly, like, this is actually insane. That's because he just took down all his videos. I fucking spent half an hour, dude. Half a fucking hour, bro. Like, and all he talked about was me. Like, what do you have to do, Nick, for me to prove to you to shut the fuck up about me? Like, clip out every fucking time you talk about me, line it the fuck up, and you let me know how much of your time it takes to talk about me. because I promise you it will be a substantial amount of time. So, CM Van, I just hung out with Billy John, and then I hung out with Jacob, and then I must have passed out at some point. So yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Well, don't we have quite the variety today? We are doing Young Thug. We are checking on Vegan. We are watching Tracy Black's trial.
Okay. Right.
All right, you guys. Later, Vegan. Hi, Vegan. Love you, Vegan. It actually makes me sad, you guys. Okay, is this a new one? 3 minutes ago. Here we go.
Hey, John. Good afternoon again, Mr. Mix. Okay, well, if you get hungry, let us know. We'll stop, right? All right. So when we last left off at lunch, you were talking about the hand signs that you know are affiliated with sex, money, murder. Would you tell the jury how it is that you are aware that those are hand signs that are affiliated or connected with sex, money, murder?
Really? Like word of mouth? Like, being around, being in the streets.
Being around and being in the streets. Have you ever used those hand signs?
I have.
Have you ever falsely claimed sex, money, murder?
Like, no one, I never got jumped in. I never knew anyone who was like really official.
You said something interesting just now. You said, I never got jumped in. Would you tell the jury what that is?
Like the initiation process,
And what is the initiation process?
being jumped in.
I asked that question narrow.
Yeah.
The question.
Defense is going to rip them apart.
I'm gonna overrule the objection at this point in time, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may answer that question.
The initiation process.
Yes, you said that being jumped in was the initiation process.
Right.
And I asked you, what is the initiation?
Your Honor, I apologize as well. I think that is mischaracterizing the statement of Mr. Steele. I object. One question.
Hold on a second. the objection, Mr. Steele.
Okay,
You may answer the question. for the
he's
jury.
30 years old. Look at all that gray hair.
The initiation process.
What a life.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, to be jumped in,
What does that consist of?
a fist fight.
A fist fight?
Yes.
Between who?
A person who's already in and a person who's trying to get in.
And to what end? How long does the fist fight have to take place?
I guess to the person who initiating the person say it's enough.
How do you know that?
All that type stuff is going on in the juvenile facility that I was in.
Now, my question to you, and I appreciate your answer, was have you ever falsely claimed sex money murder?
I never been jumped in.
I'm asking you,
So I never
have
went.
you
Your Honor,
false?
Stevens, you have to finish it.
I'll sustain the objection. Let him finish, Ms.
Yes,
Lau, okay?
go ahead.
I never went through the process of being jumped in the initial game.
Have you ever falsely claimed sex money murder?
Yes,
You have falsely claimed it.
yes.
Where and how often?
So I've never been jumped in. So like ever since I started saying it, ever since I was in juvenile and I got a tattoo of a bee. So basically,
Say that one more time.
ever since I was in juvenile and I got a tattoo of a bee.
And you got a tattoo of a bee.
Yes.
Now, is Rock Crew affiliated with sex money murder?
I'm Rock Crew and I know about sex, money, murder. So yes.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm a part of Rock Crew. I was a part of Rock Crew, and I was a part of sex, money, murder. So, yes,
Are other members of Rock Crew a part of sex money murder?
my other members are part of Rock Crew, sex, money, murder. Yes,
Do you see any members of Rock Crew or any people who were members of Rock Crew in the courtroom today?
no one in this courtroom was initially raised on Cleveland. So there's no way that they can be part of Rock Crew.
So you're saying that there's no one in this courtroom who was ever a member of Rock Crew?
No one in this courtroom was raised on Cleveland with me to be able to be a part of a crew called Raised on Cleveland.
Mr. Stevens, I appreciate what you're telling us. I'm asking you, was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever a member of Rock Crew?
Wasn't what the former question was, a different question now, but that wasn't what the question.
So is it form of the question, Mr. Harvey?
I object to the form of the question.
Okay, all right. I sustain that objection. All right, you can rephrase, madam, if you can.
Was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever a member of Rock Crew?
No, because you have to be born and raised on Cleveland Avenue to be a part of Rock Crew.
Was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever affiliated with Rock Crew?
Yes, because they know me.
Who?
Some of them weren't even around when the rock crew era was going on. They kind of been like, dang. No, cause none of them be like a part of rock crew.
Okay, so you said none of them could be, so
No.
no one in here in this courtroom besides yourself, is your testimony, has ever been affiliated with Rock Crew?
No. A part of rock crew? I don't understand.
What part don't you understand?
The question. The entirety of the question.
Okay. Is there anyone in this courtroom besides yourself who has ever claimed to be a part of or affiliated with Rock Crew?
No, no one claimed rock crew.
Speculation.
I sustained it as to, that was Mr. Sharp and Mr. Matthews sustained as to both grounds. So you can rephrase now.
To your knowledge, has anyone in this courtroom besides you ever claimed to have been affiliated with Rock Crew?
Can going to neighborhood clubs be a form of affiliation?
I can't answer the question or testify. You have to tell the jury whatever your answer is.
If that is the case, yes.
And so who are these people?
That went to the club with rock crew? Because that was my answer to my question.
Okay, so, sure, let's start with that. Who are those people
That I've clubbed with, that I've been to a club with.
that you said went to the club with Rock Crew?
I almost been to a club with every one of them except the younger one.
Would you name the people here?
First and last name,
Yes, sir.
to my best ability.
Okay.
Dang, I don't even know his name.
What do you call it?
Quay,
Okay, who else?
Jeffrey
You know his last name?
Williams,
Okay,
Shannon Stillwell,
okay.
and I don't know his name. I don't know his last name, but I call him Quay. And DeMonte,
Kendrick,
yes.
how long have you known Quay?
Objection, relevance.
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
Which one?
You know what? I'm glad you asked me that. Tell me who in this courtroom you're referring to as Quay by the clothing that they are wearing. Let's start with the first Quay.
The first Quay is right here with the brown.
Okay? And when you say right here with the brown, is he seated between a man in a purple suit and a man in a blue suit?
Yes.
Okay? And who is the second Quay?
In the back, in the far back.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the first Quay was identified as Mr. Marquadius Huey?
It shall.
And you said the second Quay is in the back?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
Black
And where is he seated?
in the back.
Next to whom?
You asked me to say their name. I don't know the
I'm
name.
asking you to describe what they're wearing.
Gentleman in a brown suit and gray suit.
So a gentleman on one side in a brown suit
Yes.
and a gentleman in another side on a gray suit?
Yes.
Is he seated at the first table, the second table, or the third table?
Second table.
And is he the second person from the end as to your left?
Yes,
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Cornelius Jones?
It shall.
Thank you. So how long have you known Mr. Marquadius Huey, whom you called the first Quay?
I already know of him. He used to come to the Cleveland Avenue Park and play basketball there.
So what's the answer? How long? What's the answer? How long have you known him?
So the time frame I have problems with, man. I've been telling you this since I've been up to understand.
Do you know if you've known him longer than 5 years?
So can I say, I knew him before I went to prison?
It is the truth.
Yes.
When did you go to prison?
2015.
So you knew him before 2015?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what about Jeffrey Williams? How long have you known him?
Of course, before I went to prison.
I'm sorry.
I said before I went to prison, but like probably 3 years before that.
Why did you say, of course, before I went to prison?
No, because I use prison as an example to help me time frame the first person that I referenced to. So I'm going to use prison to help me with the time frame for the second person I referenced to.
And how long have you known Shannon?
I met Shannon like probably 2014, 2013, probably 2014, 2013.
2014 or 2013?
Yeah.
And what about Diamante?
I actually went to elementary school with him. I didn't see him again until after prison, after elementary school.
So how long has that been? Since what year?
So I went to elementary school with him. I didn't see him again till after I was released from prison. So I really don't know too much of the adult him. I knew him as a child.
Now, you went to elementary school, were you living on Cleveland Avenue while you were in elementary school?
Yes.
Where was Diamante living during that time?
I'm not sure. I just know we was in third grade together.
Okay. And how long have you known Cornelius Nichols, the one you call the second Quay?
He's younger than me, so I knew of him to be out and about around the neighborhood, hanging with like some of the more guys younger than me. And when I came home from prison, he was older, and like we probably got to really kick it for like a year, and he went back to jail. So I technically know like.
Come on up, Mr. Harvey.
Grandma, you're silly. Grandma. Grandma, now listen here, woman. I have not stopped her from anything, okay? I do not think I'm God. Yes, she is 33. She will do what she wants. Yes. And I've been showing her red flags for a year. Yes, Grandma. Unless you want to call me a goddess. Okay, hold on. No, I said, you don't think you're God. No, I'm not God. No, I don't want that responsibility. I want the speakers to be better here. Hold on.
Using only yours and not referring to anything else. Is it fair to say that you've known Mr. Parvavius Nichols since? I need to read.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Go ahead, madam.
Since around 2015 or a little bit after, without that, yes or no?
So when you begin with your question and someone says objection, it like throw my whole train of thoughts off.
Okay. So I asked you how long you've known Parvavius Nichols, the person that you refer to as the second play. And then I am asking you, is it fair to say that you have known him since around 2015 or a little bit after?
That's
Yes
fair.
or no? That's
Yes,
fair?
yes.
All right. Now, since we also talked about sex, money, murder, to your knowledge, is there anyone in this courtroom who has claimed sex, money, murder?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you tell the jury what someone would do in your presence that would make you consider them to be claiming sex, money, murder?
In my presence?
An example of something you would need to see a person do for you to perceive them as claiming sex, money, murder.
I think I'll go by what they tell me.
Okay. Would you also go by hand signs that they do in front of you?
No, because anyone can do that.
Have you seen anyone in the courtroom do sex, money, murder hand signs?
They could have been doing any type of hand signs.
Have you seen anyone in the courtroom doing sex, money, murder hand signs?
They could have been doing any hand signs.
I could have. I'm not certain I understand your answer. Would you clarify whether or not you have seen anyone in the courtroom do hand signs that you recognize to be sex, money, murder hand signs?
So they could have been doing a particular hand sign, and it could have been meaning something totally different from sex, money, murder.
Have you seen any that you recognize as being like sex, money, murder?
I don't recall.
Okay. We talked a little bit before lunch about members of Rock Crew and gang activity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of whether any of your family was selling drugs for Rock Crew?
Do I have personal knowledge that any of my family?
You said that.
Hold on.
Come on up.
right.
1300.
This has been one of the most craziest trials I have ever watched. Now, this guy that's on the stand, associate, okay, he took a plea deal, okay, testifying against these 5 guys in the courtroom. He cannot give a straight answer for the state. They are so, yes, yes, yes. The prosecutor, she started a mess in the beginning. When did this trial start? Last October, maybe? I don't know. But yeah. But I find it interesting. He does not want to answer directly the questions. I wonder why. People already think he's a snitch, a rat, or whatever they call him. I've seen it all over the internet. I wouldn't want to. I would say I don't remember. I do not remember. I can't recall. Yep. I know. Crazy. Where's Anna? Where'd Anna go? Hey, Grandma, you missed Dan. Dan was here in the morning. After I messaged you on here on YouTube, I went live and I was telling you I'm going live right now. That's what I wrote to you. And he was here probably for 20 minutes or so. And I said, well, Grandma should be here any minute. And he was saying hi to you and you weren't even there. Ain't that sweet? So there's that. Yep. Oh, dear Lord. See, they can't even do a whole day where they don't have sidebars or breaks constantly. You think so? Dan is so sweet. He says he's not a troll, though. But if he is a troll, he's a nice one. And he can come in here anytime he wants. He doesn't, but one can dream, right? Yeah, right. Yes, he is our troll. Damn right. Damn right. Here, I wasted another one of my days on this. Hi, Anna. You're still here. Okay. And the reason why I'm streaming this one today, I don't know if you guys heard me. I'm because of this guy that's on the stand right now. Hey, at least this one we get to watch because, you know, Scott, I can't even say his name. 69, okay, Takashi. We weren't able to watch it live. They did a little private session out there. Here, we get to watch this. And this is bigger than that. I was in chat last night, and some 25-year-old guy was saying, what? Really? I'd be like, hey, girl, hey. Oh, that's funny, though. So there's that. So this is crazy. What, so it's 2:30 there, 3:30, 4:30. Yes, let's pan the courtroom there, camera guy. I want to look at those guys' faces. Oh, what's going on? Somebody yelling? We got to listen. What the hell's going on? Woo! Go young thug. Come on, come on. Come on, there we go. Oh, I can't. Defense is going to rip them apart. And Grandma, pay attention. I gotta tell you something. Pay attention. This judge, I'm pretty disappointed. He never, when the defense objects, he always doesn't agree with them.
To your knowledge, has any member of your family sold drugs for Rock Crew?
Foundation of time.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objections to form. Can you rephrase that, madam?
Yes. When were your brothers members of Rock Crew?
So we all, my brothers, so we all, I'm speaking on behalf of my brothers, we all like gravitated towards the streets at the same time.
So are you able to tell the jury to any degree of specificity the time during which your brothers were acting as members of Rock Crew?
I'm sorry, but I told you I'm bad with timing.
It's okay, you don't have to apologize. So, understanding that at any time when they were a part of Rock Crew, were your brothers, do you know whether your brothers sold drugs on behalf of Rock Crew?
No.
Is your answer no, you do not know, or no, they never did?
I know my brothers didn't sell any drugs on behalf of Rock Crew.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and already been, and thank you, by the way, for your answers. I'm going to show you what has been marked and already been provided to the defense as State's Exhibit. Let me make sure. As State's Exhibit 1U. One, U as in uniform. 2U. 3, U. 4U, 5U, 6U, 7U, 8U, 8U Bravo, lowercase b, 9U, and ask you if you recognize the images. Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes.
Of course. And ask you if you recognize, without commenting on what they are, because until they are introduced, we can't show the jury, okay?
Yes.
So I'm gonna put them in front of you one at a time. Do you recognize that image depicted in the photograph labeled States Exhibit 1U?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 2U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 3U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 4U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 5U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 6U?
Yes. That.
Just not saying what it is.
Oh no. All
Okay,
right.
you recognize the
Yeah.
image? You recognize the images depicted in 7U?
Yes.
You recognize the image depicted in 8U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 8UB as in Bravo?
Yes.
And do you recognize the image depicted in 9U?
Yes.
Do you recognize, are each of these images depicting you or part of your body?
Yes.
All right. Or something affiliated with you? Yes?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, and are they fair and accurate representations of each of the images I've shown you?
You ain't showing me them right now.
These are not ones
They
that
ain't got nothing to do with me.
they are you, but they're smaller pictures.
Oh, all right.
So, are they fair and accurate representations?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 1U through
Uniform, okay.
1 uniform,
Through 7.
9 uniform, inclusive of the photographs, which include the Bravo designation. So it's,
Which one has a,
that would be,
8 has a uniform Bravo designation?
yes, Your Honor.
Any other one?
And I believe there is only that one in this set of photographs.
Any objection to states 1 uniform through 9 uniform? Council? All right. States 1 uniform, 2 uniform, 3 uniform, 4 uniform, 5 uniform, 6 uniform, 7 uniform, 8 uniform Bravo, and 9 uniform are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
All right? So,
Oh, they're so slow here. Do I need to go to that courtroom? Grandma, you want to come join me?
I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 1 uniform for the jury. Can you see it both in front of you and on the screen in front of you, whichever one is easiest for you to look at?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of your neck?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what it is that is written on your neck?
It's a B with a money bag. It's a F, and it's a L for like with a picture of a gun.
Okay, so you said that the B is a money bag?
Yes,
All right. Is there a color around that?
yes, it's a color around the F,
What color is it?
red.
All right. And the B, that's the money bag. What is the F formed from?
So the whole,
But before you get into the whole, can you just, let's go step by step. Can we do that? Is that all right with you?
so I gotta explain the first part to get to the second part. You speaking on the second part. So I'm gonna take you from top to the beginning, to the end.
We'll go there. Can we start with the F? Just tell the jury what it's formed from, what it's made of.
Oh, what F this is?
Yes, how it's formed. What is that forming the letter F?
It's a F. It's like a I want to say it's like a skater brand, like a skateboard brand or something.
Is there a red star in the middle of that F?
Yeah, I got it on my neck.
Okay. And what is the L made of? Is that a gun that the L is made of?
Yes,
Okay. And you wanted to explain something.
yes.
Go ahead.
So it's abbreviated for BFL. So I got the money bag first, so it stands for bank first and last. Basically, put your money first and last.
And it does not stand for blood for life.
No, that's why the money bag. I actually got that's why the money bag right there.
Okay. Why is that red star there?
I wanted to add some color to it, and red is the only color that my body will take because of my dark skin.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 3 uniform. Can you see what's on the screen for 3 uniform?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what we're looking at, what part of your body we're looking at in 3 uniform?
The back of my neck.
And what are the letters printed on the back of your neck that are shown in State's Exhibit 3 uniform?
A K, a A, a N, a T, a F, a I, a G, a H, a T.
And below that, is there another word?
Yes.
What is that word?
FATE.
Okay. And so what is that sentence? What is that phrase when you put it all together?
Can't fight fate.
Okay. How do you spell can't?
CANT. T.
Why do you have it spelled with a K on the back of your neck?
Because it was my body and I wanted to do what I wanted to do with my body.
And you're entitled.
Right.
Is there any particular reason you chose to change the letter C to a letter K?
I wanted to seem original, so I initially got the initial quote from a movie called Law Abiding Citizens, and that phrase was an important part in the movie. So, and I didn't want people to think that's where I got it from, so I wanted it to seem original, like I thought of it.
Now, are those letters in ink that are on your neck?
Yes.
Does that wash off?
No.
So it's permanent?
Yes.
Showing you State's 4 uniform. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 4 uniform.
So this is merch from an ongoing show that was going on at the time. It's like stuff that artists sell to like bring in more income from like the initial show. It's like equivalent to performing, so it's like more income.
So being more specific, is that a red hat?
Yes,
And was that your red hat?
yes,
Are there letters on the red hat?
yes.
What letters are on the red hat?
Bompton,
Would you spell that for the court reporter?
Bompton.
Now, is that meant to be Compton, but replacing the C with a B?
Yes,
Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you what we've already admitted as State's Exhibit 5U, uniform. Would you tell the jury what we're looking at in terms of the portions of your body with writing on it in State's 5U? Is that your right hand?
so yes, this is my right hand.
And is there writing on the side of your right hand, the back side of your right hand?
Yes,
Is there a word?
yes.
And what word is written across your right hand?
Cleveland,
Is it still there?
yes.
Would you hold it up for the jury?
Sorry.
All right. And are there letters written across your fingers of your right hand?
Yes,
What letters are they?
ROC,
All right. And are we looking at your left hand in State's Exhibit 6 uniform?
yes.
What's written on the back side of your left hand? What word?
Ave, short for Avenue,
And are there letters on
yes,
your fingers?
yes.
What letters?
CRR, E, a W,
Are those letters in permanent ink?
yes,
And are they meant to signify the gang you mentioned earlier, Rock Crew,
yes,
or Raised on Cleveland?
yes,
And 7U, is that just your right and your left hand put together?
yes.
All right. We're going to stop sharing for a moment. As I transition. Remember where it was that you were when State's Exhibit 1 uniform, 2 uniform, 3 uniform, 4 uniform, where those photographs were taken of you?
Yes,
And were those photographs taken during an encounter with law enforcement?
yes,
And were those law enforcement officers inclusive of Investigator Belknap?
that was a while ago. I'm not even familiar with.
Okay, fair enough.
I remember the officer who took me to jail because me and him had the last name, and I was joking with him. We got the last name, you can let me go. So that's how I remember that.
All right. Were you being arrested at that time for an incident that occurred on or about October the 11th of 2014?
Yes,
And did that incident involve the armed robbery of a female?
yes,
And did that armed robbery, were you alleged to have robbed the female of money, a cell phone, and other personal property using a firearm?
yes, it was 15,000 worth of hair weave.
Okay.
So the allegations and the accusations of the crime were completely false. I went to court and the judge handled the case and the charges were dropped.
That was October the 11th of 2014 that that's alleged occurred.
Yes,
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 16U, and without talking about what it is, I need you to just look over it and tell me if you recognize it for the jury. I'm gonna let you look at each page, but
can you go back to the front page? Yes. Oh, no, I got it, this same thing.
okay, I'm gonna put it right here and let you just flip through it without showing it to the jury.
Okay.
Page by page, take your time. Yes, sir.
I see that.
Sure. Mr. Stevens, let me hold this document. Your Honor, I'm going to approach Mr. Castillo, is that okay?
You may, madam. Say again?
I was asking if I could see those.
Your Honor, I object to his claim.
If you're
I
gonna
don't mind
show,
showing it to the.
if you're gonna show it to him, you probably should show it to her. Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate reflection of the document that you put your signature on?
Yes.
All right. Do you see any material alterations, anything different?
No.
All right. State tender states exhibit 16U as evidence, 16 uniform as evidence, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to state 16U? All right, state 16U is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 15 uniform, 15 uniform. And ask you if you recognize 15 uniform as well.
Yes.
All right. And how do you recognize 15 uniform without saying what it is? Yes, sir. Sure. Mhm. Was this a piece of your personal property?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of personal property that was taken off you on the date that the other pictures we referenced
Yes.
were taken off?
Yes.
Your Honor, we tender State's Exhibit 15 uniform as evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, states 15 uniforms admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. Would you tell the jury what we're looking at in State's 15 uniform?
So
Just start off with what it is, and then you can talk about anything else you want to, okay?
it's a red bandana.
All right. Where was this red bandana on your person?
Probably in one of my pockets.
Which one?
I don't recall.
Did you routinely wear a red bandana? And why did you say, let me back up and change that question. Why did you say probably in one of your pockets?
Because as you can see, the item is on top of my car. So they was like pulling all type of stuff out my car. And that actually, if I'm not mistaken, that has the same words as the other one on the front. It was also merch. And it was like, it went together because that was the, what's the word I'm looking for? That was the, what the song that the merch was pushing. Like that's what the song was.
What was the song?
Lifestyle. So that's the theme of the song, basically the word I'm looking for.
Okay, what was the
So if I'm not mistaken, the front of it, I think it had like either Rich Gang or probably the same thing.
You need to look at it again.
Yeah, you can't see it because it's laying on. I mean, you can't flip. This image isn't here.
Okay.
Right.
So you're saying part of what we see that's not,
Right. So
part of what we
it
can't.
had words on it. It was also tour merch.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's your red card that it's laying on? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there something to the left of that red bandana?
Yes.
What is it?
Was money in the form of dollar bills.
Okay, is that your money?
Yes.
How did you make that money? Do you remember?
That looked like probably $20. I probably asked somebody to borrow it or something. I don't know.
Okay. And who were or was the artist who did Lifestyle?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
In the courtroom today.
Yes.
What is the theme of the song Lifestyle? You said that Bompton and the red bandana and all of that.
Yeah.
What was the theme?
So the colors for initial like Rich Gang collaboration was black and red. So that's where the theme came from.
Okay.
So by him collabing with Rich Gang, they saw to it that the colors be presented with the song, the theme, the image he was trying to present.
Was the red meant to stand for anything in particular?
Nah, it was just the theme, the color of the thing. I think the album cover at that time was like that color or something.
Was the red in any way indicative of the blood gang?
Indicative, I'm sorry.
Was it meant to stand for, represent?
Not from my understanding.
So you don't,
No.
that had nothing to do with sex, money, murder, or blood?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your legal name is Trontavious Stevens. What's your whole name? Trontavious, what's your middle name?
Kendall?
Kendall. Are you also called Tick?
Yes.
And how is that spelled?
Tick.
All right. Are you also called Slug?
Yes.
How is that spelled?
SLUG.
Have you ever had the Instagram handle original slime _ slug?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you had that handle? Do you know since what year approximately?
How long did I have it him?
Did you have it in 2014?
Trying to think because I actually lost that page when I went to prison because of I ain't had no phone or anything.
Prior to 2015, is it fair to say you had that handle?
Prior to 2015, yes.
And are you familiar with a handle Thugger1?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that handle? Whose handle is that?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
I think that's like, yeah. Yeah.
Jeffrey who?
Williams.
Okay. The same Jeffrey Williams in the courtroom today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as 10 uniform, 10 uniform Bravo, lowercase Bravo, 11 uniform, 11 uniform Bravo, 12 uniform, and ask you if you recognize the images depicted in first starting with 10 uniform.
Yes.
All right. 10 uniform Bravo, is that your face?
Yes.
Your person?
Yes.
And you don't need reading glasses, do you? 'Cause I'm kind of-
No.
Okay. All right. Can you see, without talking to the jury, do you see
Yes.
your Instagram handle?
Yes.
And do you see the Instagram handle that you referenced a minute ago as well?
Yes.
All right. Are these fair and accurate images so far?
Yes.
All right. What about 11 uniform? You recognize that?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the people who have been photographed in 11 uniform? Is this a fair
Oh, yes.
copy of the picture?
Yeah.
All right. and showing you 11 Uniform Bravo. Do you recognize the Instagram handle on 11 Uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Is that yours?
Yes.
All right, so is this a fair and accurate reflection of 11 Uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Showing you 12 Uniform. Do you recognize 12 Uniform?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the folks that are depicted inside?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders at this time, 10 Uniform Bravo, 11 Uniform Bravo, and 12 Uniform.
Yes, sir.
Sure. And just for clarity, this is each of those that I had provided.
Yeah, just want to see the, any objections to 10 Uniform Bravo, 11 Uniform Bravo, 12 Uniform, or 12 Uniform Bravo? All right, those are admitted. They may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, you mentioned merch earlier.
Yes.
What is merch? Is it short for something?
Yes, it's short for merchandise.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
I just always said, I always heard the word merch.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
All right, merchandise. Okay.
You say, is that what I meant it to mean? I meant it to mean merch.
All right, then we'll call it merch.
Huh.
All right. Now, during the time that you encountered the detectives when you were being arrested for that armed robbery of the young lady on October the 11th, 2014, do you recall having a conversation with the detective?
Yes.
And do you recall talking to them about the tattoos that are on your body?
Had been a while. 2014, that was 10 years ago. I don't recall.
All right. You know what? You better than me. I forgot it was 2014, 2024.
Yeah.
All right. So do you recall them asking you what Rock Crew stood for?
Again, that was 10 years ago.
Do you recall telling them that you were a member of a gang called Rock Crew?
I'm still gonna go with the time frame.
Understanding the time frame. And showing you as well 16 uniform. On page,
Did you, was I supposed to be reading what you just pointed
not yet.
at? Oh.
On page 3 of 16 uniform, would you read number 5? Just read what it says.
When asked, no?
Yes, please.
When asked by law enforcement about defendant's YSL and Rock Crew tattoo, defendant truthfully advised law enforcement that defendant is a member of a gang called Rock Crew, but that group is no longer going by that name and now goes by YSL, which originally stood for Young Slime Life.
Okay.
Can I explain?
I just needed you to read that, and we'll talk about, let me ask the questions and we can get into that further, okay?
I think if the question called for an explanation,
Your Honor, the question didn't call for an explanation.
It did, you can follow up later on that, but, so.
All right. And Mr. Smith,
May I impose an objection on that same topic?
Basis?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the witness should be allowed, he was asked whether or not that was his statement.
no, Your
That
Honor.
was written. It's the paragraph that was asked to be read was a paragraph that he read that is his statement. So I think he should be.
What's the basis of your objection?
He should be allowed to complete his testimony on that topic.
I'm going to overrule your objection. You both counsel are apt to, when your examination time comes, to complete that, okay? All right.
I'm going to now show you page 2 of what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 uniform. And I'm going to ask you to read number 1 under the heading Defendant's Factual Acknowledgements. Would you please read that verbatim?
Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associated who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL.
Okay.
So,
Yes, John?
Love, did you admit 16U? When did you do that?
Your Honor,
I don't think you did. I think it's been shown the witness, but it hasn't been tendered as of yet. I could be wrong. I mean,
16 uniform.
16 uniform. Yes, ma'am. When was it admitted, Christine? Today? Okay, all right, I'm sorry, madam, continue then. I apologize.
Mr. Stevens, and when you testified earlier in identifying 16 uniform and spoke about your signature, would you please tell the jury what date it is that you signed 16 uniform?
December 29th, 2022.
Okay. Now, were you forced to sign 16 uniform?
No. Persuaded, but not forced.
You were persuaded.
Yeah.
So are you stating now under oath that you did not sign 16
Yes,
uniform freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You signed it freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And you understood what you were signing? Did you understand what you were signing? It's a better question.
So the state's initial offer with his plea was on the 27th.
I need you to.
I asked the gentleman to allow to finish his answer.
Yeah, let me.
I asked that he answer and then explain. The answer was affirmative or negative, and he did not answer. So I asked.
You got him on direct though.
Right?
Right, so, okay, all right. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. Go ahead and ask him, or let him complete his answer.
Did you understand 16 uniform?
So that was part of my answer. So the state gave my lawyer this plea agreement on the 27th. I was back in court on the 29th. I had 1 day to go over the whole thing. Everyone else who accepted the plea had like a month. I only had 1 day. My initial lawyer withdrew from the case because his wife called.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to my own witness as being
It's not
non-responsive.
responsive, so, sir, answer the question and then you can explain it, okay? Yes or no, and then answer it, and then you can explain it.
What was the question again?
Did you understand State's Exhibit 16 uniform when it was placed in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you please read the very last paragraph of State's Exhibit 16 uniform right above your signature in its entirety?
Trentavious Stevens.
Starting with the word I.
I, Trentavious Stevens, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accurate each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgement. And I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement and I have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Ms. Chrissy Gladden. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Thank you.
You knew what it was, though?
No.
It wasn't explained to you?
Oh, I thought you would ask me about that word.
When you signed this document, did you go over this document with your attorney?
Yes, but not thoroughly.
Okay. Were you asked by Ms. Hilton whether or not you had had time to, and Ms. Hilton is my co-counsel sitting right here. in the
I'm sorry, I didn't know your name.
Okay. Were you asked by Ms. Hilton at the time that you put your signature on this document whether you had had enough time to go over this document with your attorney?
Did she ask me that? Yes.
Did you tell her, yes, you've had enough time?
Yes.
Did you tell her you needed any more time to go over it with your attorney?
Yes.
You did tell her that?
I told you that, actually. I asked, because one of the defendants you told him that he could come back on Tuesday with his reply, and I asked, can I do the same thing?
Judge, I'm going to object to this as being non-responsive.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask
Yeah,
that.
it's non-responsive, so. Sir, I've ruled, okay? Don't get a comment on what I say, all right? So I'm ruling on it. The answer's non-responsive. Okay? Do you have another independent objection? Well, he's non-responsive, so that's clearly a field. So anyways, continue now.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you have to answer the question, then you can explain it, okay?
That's understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you inform Ms. Hilton at the time that you signed this document that you needed any more time to discuss this with your attorney?
No.
Did she inform you that if you needed more time, you would be given more time?
No, because I actually asked for more time before even agreeing to it. I asked Ms. Chrissy Gladden to ask you because, is this okay with everyone? Can I explain? I answered the question first.
Go ahead.
I'm not being non-responsive. So I asked Ms. Chrissy because I overheard you tell the defendant sitting next to me that he can come back on Tuesday with his answer that he has to because it was the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, to the best of my knowledge. And I asked if I can do the same thing, and you said no.
So during the time that you were going over this document first of all, let me ask you this. Is your testimony that you were given, how much time were you given? When did you find out about this document?
That initial document was given to my attorney on the 27th. I think she told me that yesterday. It was given to her on the 27th.
And you is your testimony that the first time that you saw this document or learned about this document, or even talked to your attorney about this document, was the day you signed it?
No, I didn't say that. I'm telling you the dates. I got it on the 27th, and the 29th was my time to sign.
Did you talk with your attorney about this document when you first learned about it?
On the 27th?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you ask her the questions that you needed to ask her?
Yes.
Did she give you answers?
Yes.
Did you talk to her any more about it on the 28th?
Yes.
And did you talk to her more about it on the 29th?
On the 29th. Yes. Yes.
And during the time that you were going over this document with Ms. Hilton, did you stop and correct Ms. Hilton and ask for clarification and understanding at some certain points?
I think one time I mentioned that I couldn't understand, yes.
And did you, where you
But-
found,
I'm sorry, but that was like just asking her to repeat something one time.
you think it was, your testimony is that it was just asking her to repeat something?
Yeah, I read it last night. You want me?
So let me ask you this, what is that document you have in your hand?
It's my transcript of the guilty plea for the. Want me to keep reading?
I just want, it's a transcript of your guilty plea?
Yes.
Did I give that to you?
No,
Did anyone from my office give that to you?
my lawyer gave it to me yesterday.
Did you go over that document with Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams?
No,
All right. Did you go over that document with your attorney?
no.
All right. So you just, did you ask her for that document?
We were supposed to. Oh, did I ask?
You
Yes.
asked her. Why did you ask her for that document?
So I can go over it. Because when you walk past me in the hallway, that's what you stated, that me and you was gonna go over by me coming with you. So I took the initiative to ask my attorney to get me a copy of it so I can go over with her.
Is it your testimony that I told you we were gonna go over your transcript?
Yesterday you said, when we were walking past, you said, come here, we're gonna go over the questions.
That I wanted to ask.
Yes,
So why did you ask for your transcript?
because
Objection, ask me answer.
I'll sustain the objection.
When I never asked you about a transcript, what prompted you to ask for a transcript?
Because you said questions and these was the only question that I was asked with my plea agreement.
Did I ask you or tell you that I wanted to talk with you about the things I wanted to ask you on the stand?
You said I have some questions for you, so, yeah.
Now, you said that in your plea agreement, in your factual acknowledgement, you said some other things. So let me ask you to read section 2 under defendant's factual acknowledgements, verbatim.
Defendant is one of the founding members of Young Slime Life.
And being that you were the defendant signing this, were you one of the founding members of Young Slime Life?
Yes,
And Young Slime Life, as you noted here, is a gang.
yes.
And would you also read section 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgements? Verbatim.
Number 3.
Yes.
Defendant committed aggravated assault as alleged in Act 1 by brandishing a gun at an undercover police officer that was surveilling a vehicle that was hijacked from a woman. Can I explain?
Sure. What is it that you want to explain first? Tell me that. Because I just asked you to read this verbatim.
It's not a question.
Your Honor.
I sustain the issue as the commentary. Okay, just go ahead and continue your next question.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Stevens, you
Excuse me, can I say something? Can I?
just a second.
All right.
Would you also read section section 7, 8, and 9, verbatim, of 16 uniform.
8,
7, yep.
The statements defendant made to police about Rock Crew and YSL as reflected in section 3 and section 4 above are true and accurate.
And what about number 8?
Defendant has been accused of and arrested for robbing women.
All right, and number 9?
Defendant is the person referred to as Tick in the song by Young Thug entitled Ooh. In the verse, she getting robbed by Tick.
Okay. Now, do you know when it was that that particular song was released?
I'm bad with timing.
I'm gonna now show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 2 uniform. And I'm gonna publish it for the jury, y'all. So I'm showing you 2 uniforms. All right. Would you tell the jury
Mr.
what
Chair, do you have an
is-
objection, sir?
I had 2 uniforms.
It's been admitted already. 2 uniform, yeah. Any further inquiry? Okay, all right, go ahead, madam.
Would you tell the jury what it is that we are looking at in 2 uniform that's displayed on the screen?
Yes, it's a tattoo
Is that permanent ink?
that's permanent ink.
All right, and tell the jury what letters are displayed on State's Exhibit 2 uniform. It's a backing up, I'm sorry about this for being confusing. Who is depicted in State's Exhibit 2 uniform?
Me.
All right, and what part of your body is depicted in State's 2 uniform? Is that the left side of your abdomen?
Left side of my abdomen. Yes.
And are there letters written on the left side of your abdomen?
Yes.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Is that permanent ink?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what the letters that I'm pointing to are? There they go. Those.
A Y, a S, and a L.
All right. And are they colored any particular color?
Yes.
What are they colored?
Red.
And is there a sign or anything else above the Y, the S, and the L?
Yes.
What is that?
A Corvette's car symbol.
Okay. Now, is there a sign to or a picture to the left? And in particular here, what is this?
A marijuana plant.
All right. And below that, what is depicted at the bottom next to the L?
A wad of money.
Okay. Now, are there other words on the lower part of your abdomen?
Yes.
And what is that word?
Love.
And how is the word love spelled out? What pictures are used to spell love? What is the L spelled with?
The L is a gun.
What is the O spelled with?
A grenade.
What is the V spelled with?
2 knives.
And what is the E spelled with?
3 bullets.
All right. All right, I'm gonna now show you State's Exhibit 8 uniform. And 8 uniform B, Bravo. Go ahead. Who is it that is depicted in State's Exhibit 8 uniform?
Me,
And what part of your body is depicted in State's 8 uniform?
lower right, stomach.
The lower right part of your stomach?
Yeah.
Alright. And is that writing on the lower right part of your stomach still on the lower right part of your stomach?
Yes.
What letters are on the lower right part of your stomach as depicted in 8 uniform?
The letters are a L, a I, a M, and an E.
Is there another letter in front of the L?
You would call that a letter?
You don't?
No, that's a snake.
Oh, okay. So what is it that's depicted on your stomach? What word is it?
So I substituted the initial S to spell slime with a snake.
Okay, so it's meant to spell slime.
Yes.
And the word slime, what does it mean?
Good question. That's a good question. So the S is for slug, the L is for love, the I is for I, the M is for me, and the E for everything.
So, that is the only thing that slime meant to you when you had that tattoo put on your body.
Yes, ma'am, that's what it means to that's what that tattoo means to me.
Is slime ever used in any other kind of way? As by you or any of the people that?
Like breaking it down how I did?
No, like the meaning of the word slime.
Yes, no, just slime.
Is slime a word used by YSL members?
Yes,
All right. And were you one of the founding members of YSL?
yes.
All right. Now, who were the other founding members?
Walter Murphy, and Jeffrey Williams.
And in showing you 10 uniform on the screen, who is that person depicted in 10 uniform?
That's me.
All right. And is that something around your neck?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a YSL chain.
All right. And showing you 10 uniform Bravo. All right. I'm gonna put it in front of you so you can see more clearly. It's 10 uniform Bravo, an Instagram post.
Yes.
Are you tagged in that Instagram post?
Yes.
And who is it that tagged you in the Instagram post? Who is the photo by?
Thugger 1.
Say it out loud.
Thugger 1.
Thugger 1.
Yes.
What date was the Instagram post made?
Just a bit.
Looking underneath the word ID, next to the word taken, what date is indicated? Can you see that?
Yeah, man. So
Just read the numbers as they appear.
2014, 10, 12.
Okay? Is that meant to depict October the 12th of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the day after you are alleged to have robbed the young lady at gunpoint?
That is.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I asked my lawyer yesterday when that date was.
Now,
Hey, I guess so.
The text in State's Exhibit 10 Uniform Bravo, would you read what the text is? Next to the word text. Can you see it on the screen, or do you need me to bring it up?
Yes,
All right. What is that text?
him and I. So I'm
Starting
oh,
actually
I see where it started
right
from.
here.
So it's a hashtag,
Uh-huh.
a Y, S and a L,
Uh-huh.
a hashtag Slime Life, a hashtag Haiti Baby, a at Original Slime Slug, which is me.
Uh-huh.
Him and I are the founders of YSL. So Brilliant, photo by 3031.
All right. And do you have a tattoo with the word Haiti on your leg?
Yes,
All right. And is that in permanent ink?
yes.
And original slime, what was that meant to denote?
Basically, I was there when it began.
So when did it begin?
Them dates. Them dates.
You don't have to be precise. You can talk about generally. When did it begin? We know the picture was in 2014. Is that fair? Had to be before then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
pictures in
So
2014.
generally, what year?
Probably a year or two prior. I can't recall the exact date.
And where is it that, since you were able to name the other founders, where is it that you all were when you all founded this group?
That's more than 10 years. I don't know. I'm sorry. I ain't been non-responsible. I don't recall.
And since you're one of the original founders, could you tell the jury just how it came about?
So at the time, we was going through like a phase with the whole Rock Crew gang ordeal. And decided that wasn't the approach we wanted to take anymore. So the Rock Crew gang was known for like committing crimes and like being a gang. We was trying to take a different approach. We had a passion for music. We often listened to music, loved music. So we said, hey, we're gonna change the narrative and try to do something positive by create a music organization.
A music organization.
Yeah, at the time, go back to that statement I made to those detectives. I wasn't telling them, hey, is this being non-responsible? So I wasn't telling them, hey, I'm not committing crimes under the name Rock Crew, or gangbang up under the name Rock Crew no more. I'm committing crimes upon the YSL and gangbang upon the YSL. That wasn't my direction with the statement I was making. I was trying to tell them, hey, kind of trying to put that Rock Crew narrative behind me and switch it up to something positive. And at that time, it was like a window open for us to like do music. So that's the approach. In that initial statement, I said, hey, we're no longer going by that. We got a music situation going on. Stand for Young Slime Life. We even go by saying that it's young, successful living, trying to put the whole rock crew gang banging narrative behind us and take a different approach.
Let's break that apart a little bit, okay? You said, you referenced the whole rock crew gang ordeal. What ordeal?
Being known for rock crew and gang banging and committing crimes.
And that was all three founders' intent to put that whole rock crew gang ordeal behind you?
Some of the founders wasn't even a part of the rock crew whole thing. That was their way of grasping me, saying, hey, let's do something different while you got the chance to.
You mentioned the statement that you gave to the detectives. I'm going to show you state's uniform once more and ask you to read number 6 under defendant's factual acknowledgments on page 3. Would you read it verbatim?
Defendants advised law enforcement that YSL originally stood for Young Slime Life, but the group began calling itself Young Successful Lifestyle after Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, signed a record deal.
Okay.
That's what I just.
So, why did you change the name after he signed a record deal?
So, Young Slime Life sounded more suitable to like listening ears. I mean, truth be told, that's what people want to hear. And once you get in and kick the door down, you can like change the situation on how people look at you. But initially, they won't. You know, Slime Life. But once you, yeah.
You said they want Young Slime Life. What about Young Slime Life was it that you believed people wanted?
I'm sorry. Ms. Love, can we put a pin in that before he answers that question and let our jury have a comfort break?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a comfort break and let's come back for 4 o'clock, okay? And we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. All right, all rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jurors left us. Mr. Stevens, you can step out and take 15 minutes and come back, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, don't test with anybody except your attorneys, okay? All right, Ms. Love, and let me get a couple representatives from the defense. Can you all come up for a second, please?
Okay. I am telling you, okay, this trial is going to take forever. You know what? He's always mad at defense. Okay, which I don't think is fair. He's being extremely biased, in my opinion, okay? I like him, sidebar. I like him. However, I've been noticing how he's treating the defense attorneys. And he does seem a little irritated today, don't he? And I wish that guy would just spit it all out. I mean, just why beat around the bush? Is he for real? Is he acting? Or, I mean, I'm not shaming or anything like that. He already wants to lock someone. Yeah, he does, don't he? Yeah. Tired. Ugh. How am I feeling? Well, I'm okay. Okay. My dad don't know anything about the internet, but I went to my dad's this morning, like at, I don't know, 5:30 this morning or something like that. Mind you, my dad don't show emotions, okay? I've only seen it a couple times in my whole lifetime. I went in there this morning, he was crying. I didn't say I noticed he was crying. I go, "What's wrong, Dad?" I go, "You don't look good." And he was like, he had a Kleenex to his eyes and started blowing his nose. I don't know. And he's a strong-willed man. He don't show emotion, but I caught him at 5:30 in the morning, okay? Because I'd run out of sugar for my coffee. And it made me sad. I didn't know how to handle it. What do I do? What do I say? Because he never shows emotion. I think he's not feeling good. I think he's scared to die, honestly. I think he's terrified, actually. Yeah. So I don't know. Oh, you're damn right he's in pain. And I know every time when something's kicking up, I don't know if people know this, but cancer's got a smell. It does. That's what he's afraid of, right there. Want to know why? I'm going to be honest, he's been one evil man ever since I've been born. He's done the most horrible things ever, as in child abuse, okay, beating me and my brother, beating my mom, severe alcoholic. Yeah, but I forgave him. Well, I didn't come around for 10 years because I thought, fuck you. I don't want you in my life. You're mean. You're evil. You still think you can control me. And I forgave him in 2012, I think it was, or 2013, 2012. My dad, you know what my dad's into? Okay, my dad, he doesn't know how to read. Bottom line, he don't know how to read. He's hard to entertain, unless he got a drink. He'll drink with you. You know what I mean? He started drinking again every now and then. Well, you know what? That's up to him to forgive himself, but you know, I'm not going to coddle to him. You know what I mean? I took on enough grief, man, protecting him through my early adulthood. God, it was crazy. It was crazy. I can't even begin to talk about it. My doctor said that I could have a lifetime movie with my life. And I believe it too. I mean, I'm sure everybody could. Yeah. I forgave my dad for me, not for him. Yeah. So I don't know. There's that. Life is tough, man. And you know, if you got a support system, that's awesome. I don't. Really never have. I've done it all by myself, actually. Hey, we're on break again. Of course we are. This is the RICO trial. Of course. Yeah. Thank you. So there's that, Grandma. I don't know. Right. Guess who was oh, can't even think what I was gonna say. BHB was at it again. She was bashing gang members. She really likes to push it, don't she? She really wants to antagonize them, don't she? You know what? She's gonna cause her own misery, man. Law enforcement warned everybody. You don't want to mess with those kind of gangs. Well, any kind of gang, but the gangs I know, you know what I mean? They don't mess with women and children. Just saying. I know. I'm glad that you found me by accident. Yeah. She needs to quit. Who? There are no accidents. Who? What did I say? Oh, I believe I was sent here. Oh, right. Well, you know, and then you get the people in the chat. They like to. It's amazing how people, because we're not like that here, that will agree with everything that a creator says. And it's really funny. I watched, okay, they take it to a high and then low and then they're fine and say, you know, really nice, calming things. And that's what the chat does. Then they start, it's so weird to watch it all unfold. But it's dangerous. Don't mess with gang members, man. You can be touched anywhere. Anywhere. I know. And she talks about how she travels. She better watch it now. She could piss off the wrong people going into their business like that, which she has, by the way. When I knew that there's gang ties to it, nope, not touching it. Not gonna touch it. Law enforcement seems to have a pretty good hold on it. They're just waiting for the right time, in my opinion. And then she's upset because they're not giving updates. Why? Why should they? So people like you can mess with the case? Nobody an accidental meetings. People are brought to me for a reason. Either, yeah, right. Yeah, because I got a lot of people that come and go in my life. I get that. Right. Did you hear from Duncan? Some folks are there for a season, some years, some others. Oh, yeah, lifetime. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really getting sick of YouTube. Just being honest. I don't know. I don't know what it is the last few months. Probably because I'm going through a bunch of shit, but I don't know. I don't know. She is busy, but is trying to help. But I did hear back. Oh, good. I bet you'll hear from her soon. What'd the congressman say? That's huge. Hold on, Grandma. Where am I? Shoot. Let's see. Talking about gang members. Okay, here we go. Different copies of my bills. Good. He has a doctor? Okay. You know what? Then I'm going to have to cover this damn hearing tomorrow. Want to know why? Because the defense is going to take over and question this man. Oh, he was a doctor. Oh, I should have caught on to that, but you know me and my reading skills. Okay? All right. But that's okay because this guy is interesting to me. See, I noticed he just ain't gonna let things, he's not gonna just let information out, okay? So that's probably why she's gotta dig for it, because he ain't just gonna give it away freely, right? Because he signed that thing, right? And he got 10 years. And with those 2 years that he had in, he got time served and 8 years of probation. Oh, do you? Oh no, why? Is she really sick or something? I mean, she goes to the doctors every week, that poor lady. I'm so sorry. He is our representative, a congressman, so he will help figure out. Good. So you got people in high places, woman. I don't know how you do it. Well, you know what? Yes, I do, because I did it for my mom. And honestly, I don't even know how I did it. Maybe that's why my whole life came to a screeching halt when she died. She was my life, my whole life. You know what I mean? Oh God, I don't want to talk about it. I'll carry on. Okay. Yeah, you will. Oh God, I know. Whew. Shit is so painful. Yeah. Sucks. Oh my God, I got kicked out. Sorry about that. Out of my computer. I'm having problems with my not just StreamYard, with my laptop, period. Hold on, now I gotta go find the hearing. Okay. There we go. Got it. Got it. Got it. Let's put it back up there. I know it sucks. I actually did something for me. I'm gonna talk about it at a later time to see if I can get some help. But before that, let's look at the most beautiful woman in the whole wide world. Very special lady. The coolest woman ever to be on earth in my lifetime. Look at that. Look at that shit.
Look at that pretty lady. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said my mom is so pretty. See her top? She's got it going on, don't you, lady? Very cute. Very, very cute.
That moment, you know, it's still in the cold on itself, so.
Just a little piece.
Or do I continue to investigate? I still didn't know what.
I'm on TV.
I felt there.
Are you on TV? Always. Am I on the, what you call it? When you're with me, you're on TV.
Yeah, woman.
That's the first match he ever had in North America that wasn't further than just a suburb of Montreal, and he was working for a promotion called Grand Prix Wrestling. The very first ad said that he was a giant 7'4", 290 pounds from the French Alps. Being a giant from the French Alps is a much better story than just being, a guy from a town that nobody ever heard.
Hey, fire! Mm-hmm. Okay. Say goodbye. I am the legend of the people. Everybody's having a good one. Peace and love. Gang, gang, gang. Gang, gang, gang. La, 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 la. I love her so much. Ain't she just awesome, you guys? Yeah, so there's that. Yes, but Shredder ignored me. Shredder has been ignoring me for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, Shredder has been ignoring me. Viper hasn't, though. Me and my mom are crazy together. You should have seen us. Oh my god. You guys think me and my dad are funny? Oh, hell no. Me and my mama. Grandma, quit sticking up for Shredder. Quit sticking up for him. He has a job. I don't. But I can't work, so there's that. Who could ignore you? Nobody. I won't let him. So, yeah. See, people don't know that about me. It's not that I don't want to work. I can't work. But the things I do, even though I don't work, is work, right? Taking care of your mom and dad, that's work. Oh, no, you did the same for me. I just, like, overnight, it was so weird how that happened. I don't know what I can do now. What do you mean? For what? Did I miss something in the conversation here? Oh, yeah. Well, you see, my issue is with me. Is I had that stroke in 2016. So, my brain ain't wired right anymore. Obviously, you know this. My speech, forgetting words, how to say words. Yeah. Oh, really? That's why we got our pets, Grandma. I got my sweet little Nala girl, and then my daughter's dog, and then my Nico. Yeah. I love animals. Mainly dogs, though. I'm going to be honest. Mainly dogs. I'm not doing no more surgeries. Nope. Seen the doctor last week. Nope, nope, nope. Not touching me. Nope. What are you going to get surgery? Oh, your foot. Okay. But they turned me down 3 times for... No. You're going to continue the fight, right? 3 years. You should be having a court hearing about this. I think the only thing that helped me is because of my stroke and my car accident and my spinal cord injury. So the head trauma, spinal cord injury. Yeah. Don't give up. Don't. Yeah. I mean, come on. If you come over from, if you cross that dang wall, you get all the free things you want. Go get your medical, woman. Go get it. Fight for that. I know you should see my dad's doctor bills from the cancer doctor and his treatment. It's with God, I can't even think. Coverage, because he's retired. I think he's paid in over what? Shit. I gave up. I'm going to say at least $50,000 in medical. How fair is that? Then you get people that come across that border that get free medical. Yeah. I said it. And I stand by that. I'm going to try working with the congressman and then get a lawyer. Good. Woo! That's crazy. Well, I feel bad for my dad. I said, Dad, don't pay it. I go, give him $10 a month. There's nothing they can do to you. It's medical. I go, you're going to die anyways, Well, I don't want them coming after you. And I'm like, Dad, they're not going to come after me because I'm not signing a damn thing. Don't worry about it. No, he's still paying. Oh my God. That's terrible. See what they do to people? That's crazy. You watch. They're going to come back from break, right? And they're going to be done for the day. That's what's up right now. I guess so. I couldn't imagine. I mean, I can see it to imagine, but to be in that spot, no. Yeah. You know that video of me and my mom in the car? That's one of the last drives with her. Who would think months later she'd be gone? Who would think? That's why I love your peoples. Because life is too short. However, you can prepare. But even when it comes down to it, you don't know how to handle it. I mean, look at. Oh no, both had cancer. Okay, started taking him to his treatments. I know I've said it before, Grandma, but I need to get this out. And then to find out your mom has it, I remember being in that hospital room, right? I had to walk into the bathroom when they said that she had cancer. I swear to God, I seen birdies. I seen stars. And I had to get my marbles together because I had to be the strong one for them. It was the hardest fucking thing I had to pull myself through. Sorry about the language. Not really, but oh, God, it was awful. And 29 days later, she's gone. Broken things and people provide for me. Yeah. I know. Well, I'm me when I'm on here, you know what I mean? But I'm not as hyper, believe it or not, I'm not as hyper on here. I tone it down a little bit for the internet. But I got a potty mouth, and I get that from my dad. Not good. Not good. Not good. Is your dad still alive? Right? I know your mom is. I only care about you. I want you to know I'm here for you. I know. Thank you. Oh, God, you remind me. I got a psychiatrist appointment coming up. Shit. Thanks for reminding me. I better find out when it is, huh? Really? That's my dad's nickname for me. Mr. Asshole with a capital A. Yep. And he calls me a bitch. He does. It's so funny. I call him an asshole and he calls me a bitch. And there's that. Ah. We should meet someday. You know that? We really should. We will. There's only a few people I want to meet on here, on the internet. Ah, yo, that's funny. There's something funny about Seattle, and I will tell you about it later. It just clicked when I read that comment. I will tell you later. I promise you. I will tell you later. Okay? Shh, Grandma, it's a secret. Don't tell nobody, Grandma. Okay? Shh, ancient Chinese secret. Oh, what is going on? Get back in the courtroom. Really? Oh. Isn't that special? What is going on here in that courtroom? Do I have to call the courthouse? Do I need to show up there and say, hey, you're wasting time? Just kidding, you guys. Just messing around. I won't do that. We know they're walking around, though, in that courtroom. I was like that. I'm trying to highlight your comment. I was like that with my dad. But I changed when I came to take care of my mama. Because my mom and dad were separated. They didn't live in the same house. Oh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. You know what I just noticed about Young Thug? Look how tall he is. He is a monster.
He's just fine.
He's huge.
You mean the one you can warm up? Remember the one you brought you can warm up? It didn't last long. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Am I wrong? D-A-L-E. Yes.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go just to let you know, probably about a little less than an hour or thereabouts, and then we'll recess for the day, and I'll go ahead and give you instructions about tomorrow and the day after, okay? All right, so we're going to continue with the examination of Mr. Stevens. So go right ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, do you need anything? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. So before we took the recess, you talked about the people wanting, or young slime life being more of what the people wanted. Would you explain what you meant by that?
So the image we felt like we needed to portray was the rough and rugged in order to like grasp the attention of the listeners, because that's what it seems like was selling at the time.
And how was it that you all portrayed rough and rugged to the listeners through the name Young Slime Life?
So on the image that you displayed, it was on my tattoos. It was like a Corvette symbol, a marijuana symbol, a money symbol. That was all in like representation of the approach, you know, the lifestyle. That's what was up under the, and that was the name of the song, what the lifestyle is about. And that's what we're going with.
So the lifestyle was about violence? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said that.
Okay. Go ahead and help me understand how your tattoos and those symbols that are on your body were meant to display a rough and rugged image to listeners.
Fast cars, smoking weed, money. Those are like characteristics of being a street dude.
And was all of this before you all actually did anything in music? Or was this, help me understand, when you were talking it out, what was the conversations?
I'm sorry.
When you all came up with the name Young Slime Life, why did you choose Young Slime Life?
Like I said earlier, music was a passion, and that's what one of our like inspirations to do music. That's what he was rapping about. So I'm talking about Lil Wayne.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it came from Lil Wayne. the word swine?
I mean, that's what we got familiar with. That's where we heard it from.
And is that why you all call yourselves young slime like?
It's because of the like impact, all the movies we seen on him, the music we heard from him.
And based on what you heard and saw from him and everything else, what was slime meant to represent for you all when you all put it in your name?
I don't know, but I just knew he was the coolest dude in the world to me. So really wanted to like be where he was, do what he was doing.
Why not call yourself Lil Wayne like? Just curious.
Because he had already made a name for himself using that. So maybe if we say what he's saying, we can get his attention. That was so big to us, living and moving how he was moving.
Were you at his show when he performed here in 2015 at the compound?
Yes.
How many of were there other YSL members that showed up at that show?
Yes.
How many of you all would you say showed up at that show?
So I'm not being irresponsible, but this particular day was my birthday. So everyone was like trying to go out and have a good time and help me celebrate.
Okay. And so did you all go to the beginning of the show?
No,
So did you all show up after the show was over?
no, we actually made it like while the club, it wasn't really a show.
At the compound?
Yeah, it wasn't a show, it was him being there.
Okay. And so was Jimmy Winfrey with you all?
Yes.
And so you all came together like all as one?
Yes.
All right. And so why did you all bring guns to Lil Wayne's show at the compound in 2015 if he was you all's idol?
I didn't have a gun. I don't know anything about a gun. I don't know nothing about that whole situation. I was there to enjoy myself, have a good time. It was my birthday.
For the whole situation.
The situation with Lil Wayne.
And what was the situation that you're referring to?
So his tour bus was allegedly shot up. Well, not allegedly, it was shot up.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And so you didn't have anything to do with that situation. Why did you distinguish yourself from everybody else? You said, I didn't have anything to do with that situation.
Yeah, my intention on going out tonight was having a good time. We were just club hopping, smoking weed and drinking liquor and celebrating.
But were you aware that multiple members of the people that you came to the compound with were carrying guns?
I didn't see anyone with no gun. I drove my own car.
Okay.
There wasn't no guns in my car.
Okay. Now, do you remember what time you all got to the compound?
No.
And did you ever even go inside the compound?
Yes.
How long did you stay inside?
Probably, I don't know. That was 3 years back too old. It wasn't too long.
Was it
Probably half an hour, probably more like a half an hour.
half an hour?
Yeah.
Was that at the end or at the middle or at the beginning of his present state?
So when an artist that big, you really don't get a chance to see them. It's about being in the same vicinity as vicinity, if that's the word I'm looking for. About being in the same vicinity as like a person that big, a caliber.
So who all went into the compound while you were inside the compound that were a part of this group with YSL that you came in?
So I actually left everyone outside, they was charging roughly $500 to get in because of the time and that you had to have tickets. And everyone was acting like they didn't have, well, not acting like, they probably didn't have no money. But I had money and I wanted to enjoy myself, and that's what I did. I took it upon myself I drove my own car, so I took it upon myself to go in and see my idol.
You said, okay, your idol. Now, was your co-founder of YSL having any words across the media or any other way with your idol during the time that Lil Wayne had his show or appeared at the compound?
That I don't know. I just feel like that caliber of person, you won't even get the chance to have words with him like that. Especially not a young, up-and-coming artist who technically ain't even made a name for himself yet.
Who was the young up-and-coming artist who had technically not made a name for himself yet?
Jeffrey Williams.
Was Jeffrey Williams with you all at the compound?
No.
Where was Jeffrey Williams?
Why don't you rephrase the question? I'll sustain this.
Yes, Your Honor. Are you aware of where Jeffrey Williams was the night that Lil Wayne appeared at the compound in 2015 when you all, as YSL, went to the compound?
From my understanding,
Your Honor, the witnesses testified.
I'm objecting at this point.
Hey, Mr. Harvey, we're not gonna have any of that. I'll sustain your objection, okay? We're not gonna be belligerent to one another. You can rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor. When YSL was at the compound, are you aware of where Jeffrey Williams was?
yes,
Where was Jeffrey Williams?
he was on tour.
Where was he appearing the night that YSL was at the compound for Lil Wayne?
Foundation.
I'm gonna overrule that.
You may
You can
answer.
answer the question, sir.
From my understanding, he was in New Orleans.
Sir, do you know where he was?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, then
Yes.
you can't speculate.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
if you know where he is, fine. If you don't know where he is, then tell the examiner that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes,
What part of New Orleans?
I don't know.
Are you aware of whether or not he was in Lil Wayne's hometown?
No.
Do you have any reason why YSL wasn't in New Orleans with Jeffrey Williams? At the time, Jeffrey Williams, co-founder of YSL, was performing.
Basis.
Not a person, I don't know.
Overruled, sir.
You may answer the question.
So again, this around the time where he was up and coming, and it really didn't make any sense for him to buy all those plane tickets when he probably was making only $5,000 show at the time. So it won't be no profit in paying for all our flight tickets. That's what I feel like. That's how I feel.
Okay, well, why didn't,
I move to strike his answer. It was all speculative based on his last statement.
I would object.
I'll overrule the objection.
Now, why didn't YSL just pay for their own flights if it was to support a founding member of the group?
That's an improper question. She keeps saying YSL.
I'll sustain it's a form, but that's already come out, Mr. Matthews. So I'm gonna overrule your first objection, okay? So rephrase as to why, okay? So unless he knows, then that invites speculation.
Okay. You specifically, why didn't you just pay for your own ticket to go and support your co-founder while your co-founder was performing in New Orleans?
So at the time, I had a case pending and I was on ankle monitor, house arrest. Yes.
Did you have a curfew at the time?
No, it was more of knowing my whereabouts at all times.
Were you able to let your probation officer know or parole officer know if you needed to go somewhere other than where you were ordinarily allowed to go?
I wasn't on parole.
Mr. Steele, you can. Make sure this one's on here. Okay.
So here they go again. They're fighting again. You know what? That judge, I told you I like the judge, but he seems so biased. What do you think, Grandma? And yes, I see her heading down a rough road. It's already began. But there's some previous trauma there. We know that. Yep, sidebar. Sidebar. There we go. I was waiting for it. See, that's funny. That's funny we do that. Sidebar. Lunch break. Opening statements. Cross-examination. So tomorrow it's going to be very entertaining, as in the sense of Mr. Steele, this attorney right here. This attorney here, he's interesting. He's going to rip that guy apart. Watch and see. So there's that, Grandma. So yeah, I went and cut up some lettuce and cheese and hard-boiled egg for a salad. That's it. Plain and simple. Just plain. Because that's all I can do right now, okay? And I didn't think it took me that long. Obviously it did. It took me like 15 minutes. I hope you can too. You know they're going to probably start late. They were supposed to start at 9:30 their time, which is 8:30 my time. But that would be your time, Georgia time. I'll wait. But they didn't get started today until what, 10:30, I think? And yes, I mean 10:30 their time. Eastern. There we go, Eastern. Okay, I think this guy, hold on, I want to read your comment. Well, his appointment is at 10:15. That's too bad, especially when you know you got an appointment like that. It's an all-day thing, ain't it? 2 hours? Oh, hell no. Not me. I'd be raising hell. I give them like a half an hour to be behind, but that's it. After that, You know what happened last night to me, Irma? Want to know what happened? Well, I suppose with the driving and the time there. What's that? Wants to go to, Home Depot. Okay. I laid down. Okay, listen. And think I had turned on my alarm. And I set it for, made sure it wasn't past 9 because Nala, right? I actually slept until that alarm went off. And then I stayed with my dad for about a half hour. Then I came back here, and I just didn't have the energy to go live. So I'm not telling anybody no more that I think I'm going to go live. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm just going to do it. I think that'll work out way better than a notification. I slept. Remember, I told you I got up late, so I figured I'm going to be up all night. No, it didn't work out for me. My body is like physically drained, man. There we go. Oh, okay. I should have done that. Hi, how you doing? What is going on with him? Well, right now this guy is testifying, and he's against Young Thug right now, and it's not looking good. That guy better have some kind of protection when he leaves. Tomorrow's going to be better because of defense is going to be picking this guy apart. Just saying. Which is Stevens, aka TikTok, aka Slug. Why are they doing this again? What's going on? What did they end it without letting us know? Yes, it's going to be good for real. This guy is giving away some tea. They've been dragging it out of him, though. I can tell you that much. I know, right? I know. Because that guy he just, how most people just talk? This guy's like pulling teeth to get it out of him. But I understand why. Wouldn't want to be something I'd want to do. No. Because he did that plea deal, so he can't invoke his Fifth Amendment. Okay, let me go to Court TV. I want to see what the hell is going on. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, God. What is going on here, Channel 5? What is going on? $238 more witnesses to go. I think they're being let's see. Somebody else said 20 witnesses. 20. That's going to go against him. Holy crap. Can you imagine that? I know, and I'm not gonna show law crime. Nope. I'm afraid of law and crime, okay? Just saying. So we will look at a black screen until it comes back up. Channel 5. I don't feel like eating, but I'm going to force myself. Dang it. I made too much. I'm going to waste it too. Did I tell you? They put me on a medication because I'm having that nerve damage is back, you know? Owie. Okay, I can't even think right now. Oh, because I've always been on gabapentin, which has been a wonderful drug for me, except for it makes me tired during the day, so I don't like to take it. So they put me on pre-gabapentin, okay? Do you know it made me gain 9 pounds in 1 month? That was crazy. I am too short to gain all that weight. So I said to my doctor, I emailed her and I said, nope, I don't want to be on this drug. This is the drug that made me gain all that weight. If you get unusual weight gain, that is a problem. A side effect from this drug, and I don't want to be on it. So, needless to say, yes, the weight is dropping again. I'm too short. I can't be, all that extra weight. I mean, oh shit, never mind. What is going on here? No, everybody here is waiting. I want to know who's got the pool camera. Yeah, they do. See, I didn't know, or I didn't realize that Young Thug is in jail. I thought he was out on bond. Okay, this is ridiculous, you guys. Let me look elsewhere. Hold on, people. I'm looking. Huh. Okay, Channel 5. Why isn't anybody else covering it? Why ain't Channel 11 covering it? I don't understand. They've been covering, Channel 11's been covering this case, though, since day one. What's going on? Oh, I got comments to read here. Where is the court? Did they just say, okay, go home? I see long crime. I don't know if it's hold on. Oh my God, they must have left for the day, Grandma. Because long crime, I just looked. And we just watched this part that they're showing. No way. Let's look. See what people say here. Defense is having a circus show. We have SpongeBob tattoo before coming to court. Okay. You know what? It's almost 5 o'clock there. They usually don't, Grandma. That is something new they've been doing, I noticed. I don't watch him all the time. So I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Grandma, what other cases are you watching right now? I bet they did. But I'd hate to miss any of it. Let's go, Fox 5. What's going on? What the hell? What to do, what to do. I'm not really watching any other cases. You're not? Oh. Well, we got some good ones coming up. Hopefully. We got Chatty Boy. We got Megan Boswell. Sarah Boone. Who else? God, who's the other one? Oh, Leilani. Oh yeah, I ain't missing it. Nope. I love little Evelyn Boswell. Sweet little girl. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I mean, there's so many cases that we see in a year. It's hard to remember them all. Yes, I'm still eating. So sorry. Bitch. I remember when my ex-husband was in prison. And he would get his phone call every night with the kids, right? And I called him a bitch, right? He goes, you know what I do to bitches, don't you? I go, what? I can't say it. I'll tell it to you offline. It's too bad I can't do it right now. Oh my god. Like, I knew it. I knew it. You've been tossing some salad in there? You're from Seattle, right? Okay, Channel 5 News in Atlanta. What's going on? You got everybody here waiting. Look at this person's doing. He puts in his Cash App. Oh my God. Some people. Weirdos. Hold on. I'm trying to find other channels before not just law and crime. Let's see. Shoot. Some of these people are crazy that are using law and crimes footage, but look at what they're doing. Let me show you real quick. I don't know who this is. I don't want to be on their channel long because I don't want them to think I'm streaming them. Right here. Look it. They're covering up law and crime. See that? Covering up their thumbnail or whatever you call it. Ain't that crazy? Kathy P. channel live about. What's her link? Go get the link. We'll watch it. Guess whose camera popped back up? Looky there, looky there. So you know what they're gonna say here? They're gonna say goodbye to everybody, and then we'll head over to Kathy's and see what's going on over there. Gonna be all nosy. How's the weather out there in Florida? Probably. We'll be in recess. Oh. Really? It's been icky here. Well, you know, I ain't gonna complain. It's been in the 30s, so that ain't bad. The only bad part, it's been raining here, like drizzly, like 24/7, but overnight it freezes. So it's ice. Are they? Are they close to your house? Can you just walk out there and see them? Because I know they're your pets. Yeah, I know they are. So do they all have names? Are you seeing from the kitchen, living room, deck? Oh my God, they do. Oh, that's funny. Whatever their names. And they're your pets, right? Nothing else? Not for anything else? Pat, Hunter, Blondie.
I understand since one of your members is not feeling their best, and given the fact it's nearly 5 o'clock, I just make the executive decision that we're going to recess for today.
Oh, of course
As
you
I
are.
told you earlier, we were probably going to do that anyway. So let me just kind of talk with you just in broad strokes about what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have kind of a short work day. I'd like you all to be here for 9 o'clock. We're going to start somewhere between 9 and 9:30, and we'll work probably till about the noontime hour, and then that will be complete for Thursday. Friday, I have some unrelated business that I customarily take up that you were familiar with from a couple of earlier Fridays, Veterans Court, so I'll be taking that up Friday morning. So I'm still not sure whether or not we're going to hold court on Friday afternoon. That's going to be dependent upon some things that the lawyers tell me tomorrow. Okay, so I will let you know by close of business tomorrow whether or not we will do anything on Friday or we'll just recess until Monday. Okay, so for sure tomorrow for a couple hours or there-ish, and then Friday I'll let you know. Okay. All right, any minister inquiry of me before I give you your customary admonitions? Anybody? Y'all like the space back there?
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through of course, the ad nauseum admonitions, which you have been so gracious and professional in adhering to still. Remember, don't discuss the matter as you're going home this evening. I know the temptation is great. People approach you and say, hey, what's going on? I know the temptation is great to listen to other accounts of this particular trial, but remember, those things are not within your purview. You need to, as I mentioned earlier, stand fast with you can only consider what's been presented in the four walls of this courtroom, okay? So, remember, if anybody should try and reach you by any means of communication, that you need to let Sergeant Ingram and myself know immediately so that steps can be taken, but that nobody's supposed to, except for those authorized to have any direct or indirect contact with you. And as I mentioned earlier, while I've asked you all to come off of social media, those people that still may be on social media, it would be improper for them to try and discuss the matter of what's going on or other things that have been posted or otherwise that you have not properly heard within the four walls of this courtroom. So just remember those things and continue to adhere to these admonitions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else, any other questions of me, anybody? Okay, so tomorrow, 9 o'clock, be here for that time. And then we'll get started somewhere between 9 and 9:30. We'll take a couple hours of testimony and then we'll be out of here for Thursday. And then I'll let you know by the close of business tomorrow what our plans are for Friday. And then just remember, forecasting, we'll work a regular week next week. And then the following Monday, we'll start the King week. So the 15th is the King holiday. You'd be off anyways. So that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday will be administrative days for us. So you can plan on taking any business that you need or any other things you need to take care of. And, but just to give you kind of some insight, and then we'll schedule accordingly, okay? All right. Unless you have any other inquiry of me, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, your continued patience, and the patience you'll continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. And with that, we'll see you in the morning, okay? Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Do not take them home with you. And you're probably missing Miss Amana. She wasn't feeling all day either, so she'll be back tomorrow, okay? All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. Actually, I'm not falling for that trick again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right. Ms. Love, prior to earlier, about an hour ago or thereabouts, you were about to mention something about you're checking on the record as it pertains to Mr. Stillwell. I know that there was a motion that was made, and I've already ruled on that in terms of mistrial. So do you have anything else you wanted to add at this point in time?
I did, Your Honor. Just for the record, we had already introduced as Exhibit 77C, I believe, 77 Indigo. India. The certified conviction for Mr. Nichols previously.
Okay. I will still note Mr. Schartz and Mr. Harvey's, I should say, objection for the record. Okay?
It was a motion, I think it was on the record.
Yeah, it was here at the bench. It was a properly recorded bench conference. You moved for mistrial on the basis of the witness testifying about prison.
certified copy of the conviction doesn't include the line jury.
And I said, I'll take up all that stuff later. Yeah, I mean, but it's been testified to or presented on the record already. Okay, sir. All right. Does anybody have any other ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time?
Not from the state.
I didn't, I'm just kind of being kind, Mr. Yes, Mr. Matthews, what would you like to present?
Just want the court to clarify, whenever a motion for mistrial, if that happens to get moved by a particular defendant, there will be the court's instruction to the rest of us that we should make those independent motions.
Well, it depends upon the circumstances of the mistrial. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with you and your client, okay? So that's why I'm saying that I don't think it would be proper at that point in time for you, unless you have an independent basis. So that's why I'm saying, if it's something that affects all of you, I will note it, and you won't have to do that. But since that particular motion was specific to Mr. Stillwell, or Mr. Nichols, I should say, then that's why I made the motion. But the Harvey rule is still in effect, okay?
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Unless you have anything else about scheduling I need to take up with you at this point in time? Are we set for witnesses and witness availability? Ms. Love and
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you already gone through the next several weeks with defense counsel?
We've gone through the next week, but we have not gone past the King holiday. We will get that to them before.
All right, so if you need to take up any witnesses or interview any witnesses during that week, that's my purpose for that week, for you all to be able to do that, okay? So I'd like to hear something on your plans for that by the end of close of business tomorrow, okay?
We will, and Your Honor, we have just, so that the court is aware, that has been an ongoing occurrence with respect to the witnesses and the providing the availability of those.
Yes, ma'am.
For the defense.
Okay. All right, then we're in recess. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock, okay? All right, we're in recess.
So yeah, there's that. Okay, I gotta get going. My dad is gonna be here any minute to get Nala, and I want to talk to him. So, Grandma, I'm going to message you about what I was going to tell you. Okay? Be ready for it. Be ready, woman.